given how Jacob was on Eden Prime during the Geth attacks, he may have seen Sovereign for himself, not unlike Shepard, Ash, and Kaidan. It's possible that Jacob was disillusioned with the Council's persistent smothering of any narrative concerning the Reapers. Jacob and Miranda slog their way through the slums of an unstated planet, with Jacob learning how Cerberus operates through Miranda's conduct. Jacob ends up having to save Miranda from some Batarians, but unlike Miranda, who is more of a ruthless, results-at-all-costs kind of character, Jacob takes the time to help a young child. He rescues her family from these Batarian slavers and takes out their ringleader. Miranda is quite impressed that he was able to pull everything off the way he did, despite the personal risk to himself. While Miranda views the success of the mission she's operating as the success of humanity, Jacob views helping those along the way as what helping humanity means. While Miranda finds out that Shepard's body isn't present on that planet at the end of the comic, the two are implied to have another sort of date night at a local bar before transport comes to pick them up. Jacob likely left the Alliance after this and joined Cerberus, hence how he got hooked up with Project Lazarus. And Miranda. So up to this point, who is Jacob Taylor? Well, this Jacob is someone who gets things done. He's a capable soldier. He's selfless. He's a critical thinker. He believes in protecting the innocent and meting out justice, in a way that is not super unlike Garrus. Bring out the pitchforks, I know. Jacob might not be the most eloquent, socially adept guy in the galaxy, but in these comics, he gives a shit. And elements of these particular sentiments and values of his are reflected in Mass Effect 2. Through some of his offhand comments when you're at the certain hubs of the game.
Years since I've been to the Citadel. Never changes, does it? No matter how long you're gone. Comforting to some people, I guess. Living in denial that all this could end. The Asari are how advanced? And this is what they do with it? Money is still power. Same old, same old. Doesn't seem like they're so far ahead, does it?
But there is a line that Jacob says in this comic when he points out that he's met xenophobes in the Alliance, in reference to his criticism of human xenophobes who fund Cerberus. He says, "I've met my fair share of racists in the Alliance, but we're accountable for our actions, not our beliefs." Now, whether you agree with that sentiment or not, I don't personally, it does tell us how this Jacob views the world. And while yes, this comic was written post-Mass Effect 2, I think it is fair to look at this version of Jacob as the version that leads us into who he is in Mass Effect 2 proper. Because insofar as I can tell, the Foundation comics, they're all canon. So, yeah. In Mass Effect 2, Shepard first meets Jacob while fighting their way through Lazarus Station. It's their first proper wake-up since their death, but of course it's in the middle of a mech attack from inside the station. Never a dull moment. And Jacob is honestly pretty alright here. Immediately you almost sort of get some Kaidan vibes from him. I actually believe they have the same writer as well, Lucas Christensen, at least in Mass Effect 2. Jacob is the, at this point, even-keeled human biotic guy on Shepard's crew. He's probably the most normal guy in the whole roster of crazy that Shepard brings on the Normandy. He doesn't like talking about personal things, which is fine, but in a game where you rely on learning progressively more personal things about a character in order to, get to know them, it feels odd that that doesn't really happen with Jacob. Even with his romance, we don't get much out of him. Jacob even says that he's not a words person, which is definitely one thing. Garrus is also not a very good words person. But the thing about Garrus is that Garrus works past that limitation of his. Jacob doesn't, and we're gonna talk more about this in a minute. So Jacob and Shepard's dynamic on the Normandy is a very tell, don't show kind of thing. And while I definitely don't think that telling is always bad, I'm sure there's writers out there who can do it well, it feels very out of place here in Mass Effect 2. With almost every other squad mate we meet, we see their competence and their values through getting to observe them, getting to more organically know them and deduce what they might be thinking. With Jacob, Shepard seems to be very, "You're a good man," right off the bat, but that doesn't feel fully deserved, considering Shepard can say that before we even really get to know Jacob at all. there's really no moment where it feels like Shepard gets to have a proper getting to know you with Jacob, not like there is with the other squad mates. But the game pretends that there is. Maybe this is due to the pacing of Mass Effect 2, where there were just so many characters to write for that they had to maybe cut some extra conversations that maybe would have fleshed out their relationship with Shepard more. It's odd because Jacob genuinely has some unique dialogue and perspectives on things that sort of shine like a diamond in the rough, which shows that character from the comics, he is there. He calls out the Alliance use of Shepard as propaganda. Jacob calls out the manipulations of galactic power. He explains his reluctance and caution in joining Cerberus. He has boundaries with them, saying that as long as Cerberus is doing good, helping people, not forwarding toxic agendas or risking innocence, he'll stick with them. Which is respectable and honestly an interesting perspective. Like, this is a character that I would like to get to know more. I wish we could actually get to earn Jacob's trust properly to the point where he would feel comfortable enough to be more open with Shepard. And I also like that Jacob isn't a character who just goes full protagonist-loving right off the bat. I like the idea that, to him, you are still someone that he doesn't know personally. He's not just going to open up to you because you're Commander Shepard, but we just don't ever really get to have him open up in a way that feels well-rounded. And sure, in real life, that is how a lot of relationships work, like with coworkers or something like that. Not everybody will open up to you no matter what, it's just not everybody's interest. But in a game like Mass Effect, or, as I'm about to mention, Dragon Age, that is a huge part of what makes BioWare games, or at least BioWare games of this era, so well loved. Being able to crack into a character, no matter how challenging it might be to get to know them, and discover the multi-layered person beneath. Recall Morrigan from Dragon Age Origins. She starts off as a very funny bitch, like she does, and as she gets to trust you, while sure, Morrigan doesn't spill everything about herself, you actually do feel like you're getting to know her. You're getting to see all the layers of this complex character. BioWare can write difficult characters that take more effort and care to get to know, and it sucks that just didn't happen here. And also, if you want to talk about a character who's genuinely, boring as a character trait, Sten was so boring, but when you actually invest in trying to get him to, tell you more about him and actually getting to know him and understand him, he is extremely interesting. BioWare can do bitchy and boring. They have proven this. The other thing, too, is that Jacob is also positioned almost as Shepard's lieutenant, or something like that, because he's always there for important mission debriefs, and to welcome new companions aboard the Normandy. But why? Sometimes it works well. Jacob is, for instance, incredibly respectful to Mordin. He admires Garrus's toughness and resilience, soldier to soldier. He seems honored to meet Justicar Samara upon her arrival. He seems professional, a good person to make the new crew feel welcome, and this fits with Jacob seemingly not being comfortable with xenophobia, as outlined in his comics. But it's weird when Jacob becomes almost bitchily judgy to Thane. Thane is, whether you agree with Jacob or not about his opinion on assassins, remarkably professional with Jacob. And then there's also the moment when Jacob blunders through his first meeting with Tali. Some think he was being passive-aggressive with her, but I don't think so. I think he just genuinely wasn't thinking, or that he just didn't do his research before talking to Tali. This side of him makes me wonder why Jacob was chosen as Shepard's greeter for any new crew members. Why not Miranda, Shepard's far more professional XO? Is it because Jacob doesn't have many lines at all in his conversations and BioWare wanted to give him some more airtime? Jacob's conversations are remarkably short as well, compared to some of the other Mass Effect 2 companions. Was Jacob a last-minute job? Did they just not have time to flesh him out? Or was he a victim of cut content? In the mission debriefings, a lot of the time, he actually gives some of the worst advice, too, which is unfortunate, as his past as a Corsair, and as someone expected to act outside standard jurisdiction and authority, would make you think that he would have some great ideas in the field on this mission. Jacob wants to throw Legion out the airlock. Jacob volunteers to go in the vents. I think it's unfortunate, but it seems like Jacob became almost a tool to help make the player feel like they had choices. You have Miranda say one thing, Edie say another, maybe Morden, but then you have Jacob, the sacrificial lamb, who always ends up with the short end of the stick. To be fair, I can understand maybe some of Jacob's recommendations. For instance, Jacob recommending tossing Legion out the airlock. He was at Eden Prime. I can understand why he would want to chuck the Geth out the door. I can also understand why Jacob would volunteer for the suicide mission that running the vents becomes. That actually suits his self-sacrificing character, at least according to the comics. But it's just unfortunate that oftentimes what he recommends ends up being the less fun choice, or sort of the worst choice. And in just Mass Effect 2 alone, without even the knowledge of the comics, which, let's be fair, when this game came out there was no comic about Jacob, a lot of the nuance of these recommendations of his don't even get a foot in the door. But what about Jacob's loyalty mission? So, I have to say, I actually find that it is the one loyalty mission that sticks in my head the most, and I actually really love the Jacob that this mission presents to us, as it's really the best chance we have to get to know Jacob, or at least who Jacob could have been. Jacob gets pinged, unknowingly, by Miranda, with the coordinates to a distress beacon linked to the Hugo Gernsback. He wants to head out and find his father's fate, tie up that loose end before the suicide mission. Jacob is also, on the other hand, concerned. Why was this sent to him? Does this link to a greater plot behind the scenes that could further threaten the mission? He seems almost more concerned about that. Jacob seems to view how he emerged from his fraught relationship with his dad as essential for making who he is today. So he's not angry with his father by this point, but he does feel kinda cold about it. Almost like there's a layer that Shepard might be able to scratch into at some point with Jacob. A layer of his character that shows vulnerability. And vulnerability is an underrated way of showing the strength of a character. So, on a first playthrough, you might be thinking that this mission will get us to crack into the true strengths of Jacob Taylor. On Aya, an uncharted planet not far from the Perseus Veil, Shepard and Jacob find the Gernsback. The ocean waves wash against its rusted husk. And it's here that the truth begins to emerge. As Jacob and Shepard make their way along the coast, they find that Jacob's father, following the death of the ship's captain, took over the leadership of the Gernsback survivors. And he, along with his officers, turned it into their own personal, twisted kingdom. They hogged all the ship's food stores for themselves, forcing everyone else to eat toxic flora. They utilized the neural decay brought on by said toxic food to treat the women like cattle, like sex slaves divvied out to officers as they pleased. They were even forced to build some crazy structure in the center of their camp, almost like a point of worship. Jacob's father and his men kept everyone in line with violence and fear, using the ship's operational combat mechs as their personal army. Those men who weren't with them were cast out into the wilderness. Ronald Taylor even ordered the distress beacon to be left deactivated, damning the mentally incapable crew of signaling for rescue. But of course, Ronald and his officers soon turned on one another, until all but Ronald had been killed. So many of the mechs had been destroyed by that point, that the men Ronald had cast out earlier made a comeback. Driven mad by the toxic food they'd been forced to eat, as well as the trauma of their survival, they sought to kill Ronald. Hence why Jacob's father suddenly decided to activate the distress beacon. Ronald Taylor hid behind the women and what mechs remained when Jacob and Shepard arrived.
You're here. I knew a real squad would blow through just fine. Sorry if the mech scuffed your pants. I'll get you something nice when we get back to Alliance Base. I've got to have some back pay coming.
What about your crew, acting captain?
Total loss. The toxic food turned them wild. They propped me up here in some kind of ritual behavior. Waiting for a chance to signal has been hell.
That's the best you can do?
You let all your people talk back like that? Who are you exactly?
Commander Shepard of the Normandy. I believe you are acquainted with Mr. Taylor.
Taylor. Jacob. No, not Jacob.
Why not me? Would 10 years of this look better to anyone else in the galaxy?
We can help these people. Cerberus can have ships here in days and pull everyone out.
He's not worth the fuel to haul him out or the air he's breathing. He's damn lucky I don't think he's even worth pulling the trigger. I don't know who you are, because you're not any father I remember.
Maybe we go arrange pickup for the rest of the survivors while the acting captain deals with the hole we punched through his max.
Now wait, I'm supposed to get rescued. The crazy ones, you don't know what they'll do to me.
We can guess.
My father was a different man, Shepard. A good man. Wish I'd found him.
Jacob!
You were a better man dead. As far as I'm concerned, you still are.
Jacob!
As a kid, this mission just stuck in my head, but I didn't fully understand it. There are definitely other things I didn't understand until I became an adult, which I'll talk about in the next section. We're getting to it, don't worry. And personally, this mission and the kind of person Jacob is portrayed as here is one that I find very powerful. And basically, this is the personal side of it. My grandfather was a man not unlike Ronald Taylor, arguably worse. He was evil. Like, I don't say that word lightly. He was evil. He kept his daughters in much the same situation as Ronald Taylor kept the women of the Gernsback crew. My mom was forced to drop out of school because he feared that she would tell the truth about what was happening to her. And it wasn't just his daughters that he hurt. There were other women and girls before he was found guilty and imprisoned. And ultimately, nobody came to save those kids, those girls, my mother. There was no Jacob and Shepard. And people definitely had some idea of what was going on. My mom got herself out by running away when she was 18. Her life was by no means easy, but she was glad to be free of that hellhole. And knowing that story about my mom definitely changed Jacob's loyalty mission for me. A loyalty mission about a man who would not stand that injustice. A man who would not allow the perpetrator to escape. Because my grandfather, although he was found guilty of thousands of assaults, yes, thousands, it took decades for him to be found guilty. And he only received just over a decade of prison time. Jacob had the setup and the build-up to be this noble, righteous, almost sort of human Garrus, a bit of a knight in shining armor almost. Maybe more regulated, maybe more serious, but he had the setup to be a great man. One who indeed walked the walk. And I would have loved to have seen that knight in shining armor Jacob explored. Miranda even teasingly calls him a knight in shining armor with how he approaches helping others and how he metes out justice in that comic. Would that be maybe a boring thing? Maybe, but not a bad boring. Who knows, maybe after the loyalty mission we'd have been able to crack into some of Jacob's deeper motivations. Was Jacob so determined to be a good man because he wanted to be the kind of person his father, as he maybe remembered him, would be proud of? Only for that motive to be soured and smashed, and one he has to reevaluate in the wake of what he's discovered about the man. Would he then fully own that he is who he is, not because of his dad, but because of his own work and dedication and decisions? You get a smidge of that in his romance, but mostly it's just Jacob insisting that he's not carrying any baggage, that he's totally fine, that he doesn't really have anything to work through, which, okay, fair. And he does ask Shepard if she has any baggage that she needs to vent about, which, that's nice of him, but it's just, that's it. It's a bit deflating of a story arc. In almost every other loyalty mission, there is some degree of growth in the characters, but with Jacob, he stays pretty much exactly the same. I think there was an opportunity for Shepard and Jacob to both sort of bond over the sudden change in their relationship with their father figures, especially with Shepard's more recently tense or distant relationship with Anderson, who is Shepard's, for all intents and purposes, father figure in the story. Even as just friends, this really could have tied together the whole Jacob-Shepard friendship drinking buddy thing in Mass Effect 3. It's like the story wants you to feel like Jacob gets Shepard, but you don't actually really feel that through playing the story. He even says, after finding out that Miranda was behind the Gernsback coordinates,
You had no idea Miranda was behind this.
No, she's got a good memory. Selective, but good. I haven't thought about those days in a long time. Can't figure which promise she meant, though. Not sure I really want to know. She requires a better man than I.
that would have been a very interesting remark to peel the layers away from. But second, wait a second, Jacob. So if you're not good enough a man for Miranda, where does that leave you with FemShep? So here's this line from the first main romance conversation with Jacob, courtesy of Fluffy Ninja Llama.
Thanks for listening. Do you want a turn?
Telling me felt good, right? Made you think someone understood. But you know what? It's still there. You dealt with it before, and you'll have to keep dealing. Because you know what's more important? Everything. I like it light, Shepard. There's too many that have it worse off for our problems to stick.
Maybe I'm looking for something a little more involved.
I'm not looking to change what you need, Shepard. But there's not much point in doing this if I'm just not it.
Okay. So, you could totally view this as Jacob, trying to make it clear he's not really into an emotionally deep relationship. He just wants to bang, I guess. Like, is this his way of saying he's not into emotional labor? Is that what he's telling us? Because it doesn't quite sound like he's
Talizora Vasnima Naraya, requesting permission to dock with the Raya.
Our system has your ship flagged as Cerberus. Verify.
After time adrift among open stars, along tides of light and through shoals of dust, I will return to where I began.
Permission granted. Welcome home, Talizora.
We'd like a security and quarantine team to meet us. Our ship is not clean.
Understood. Approach exterior docking cradle 17.
I don't think it's a good idea to bring a gift.
Get that damn thing off my ship before you start an incident that makes the Ascension Project fiasco with Cerberus look like a slow day on garbage detail.
The geth is with me. I'll take responsibility for it.
The hell you will. This is my ship. If it goes hostile, it's my responsibility. I want no part of it. I'm letting you aboard as a favor to Tali. The geth is too much. Leave it on your ship.
This is your ship and I'm a guest. But Legion is part of my team. Unless you want to shoot me, we're both coming aboard.
Or I could kick you both off. No one here likes geth or Cerberus. I can't guarantee your safety.
I can guide them away from the more militant elements of the crew.
There are a lot more militants these days, Talizora. And given the charges against you, it's only getting worse.
What do you mean?
They're charging you with bringing active geth into the fleet as part of the secret project.
That's insane. I never brought active geth aboard. I only sent parts and pieces.
You sent geth materials back to the migrant fleet?
Yes, my father was working on a project. He needed the materials. If I sent back something that was only damaged, not permanently inactive, no, I checked everything. I was careful.
Technically, I'm under orders to place Talizora under arrest pending the hearing. So, Tali, you're confined to this ship until this trial is over.
Thank you, Captain.
Preparations got underway as soon as you arrived. The hearing's being held in the Garden Plaza. Good luck.
This conclave is brought to order. Blessed are the ancestors who kept us alive, sustained us, and enabled us to reach this season. Kill us alive. The accused Talia Zora of Normandy has come with her captain to defend herself against a charge of treason.
Security, a Geth is present in the courtroom. Does Talia Zora think to affect this hearing with threats?
Captain Donna allowed the Geth aboard. Do you intend to second-guess the Raya's captain, Admiral Chorus?
Objection withdrawn.
Shepherd Vas Normandy, your crew member Talia Zora stands accused of treason. Will you speak for her?
If it helps Talia, I will. But in her heart, she remains Talia Zora Vas Nima, a proud member of the migrant fleet. I regret that our captain is forbidden to stand at her side today.
Nobody has been forbidden from anything. It is a simple...
Lie to them if you must, Zalcoris, but don't lie to me and expect me to stay silent. The human is right.
Admirals, please. Shepard's willingness to represent Talia Zora in this hearing is appreciated. Tali, you're accused of bringing active guests to the migrant fleet. What say you?
Tali would never endanger the migrant fleet. She pleads not guilty.
I left parts and technology for teams to pick up. My father ordered me to do so, but I would never send active guests to the fleet. Everything I sent was disabled and harmless.
Then explain how Geth seized the lab ship where your father was working.
What are you talking about? What happened?
As far as we can tell, Tali, the Geth have killed everyone on the Alarai. Your father included.
What? Oh, Keela.
I appreciate the need for this trial, Admirals. But right now, our first concern must be the safety of the migrant fleet. The Normandy stands ready to assist in whatever capacity necessary.
Thank you. Quarian strike teams have attempted to retake the ship, so far without success.
Shepard, we have to take back the Alarai.
The safest course would be to simply destroy the ship. But if you are looking for an honorable death instead of exile...
I'm looking for my father, you Bastet!
You intend to retake the Alarai from the Geth? This proposal is extremely dangerous.
With your permission, Admirals, yes. The good of the fleet must come first. And Tali needs to find her father.
Agreed. And if you die on this worthy mission, Tali, we will see that your name is cleared of these charges.
We can discuss that later.
Then it is decided. You will attempt to retake the Alarai. You are hereby given leave to depart the Raya. The shuttle will be waiting at the secondary docking hangar. Be safe, Tali. This hearing will resume upon your return, or upon determination that you have been killed in action.
Thank you for agreeing to take back the Alarai, Shepard. The Admiral sounds sure that my father is already dead, but... I don't know. We won't know anything until we get there.
How are you holding up? They just threw a lot of fire at you, even before telling you about your father.
I knew this would be bad, but I guess you're never really prepared to be charged with treason. And my father, I don't know. He could still be alive. They don't know for certain that he's dead. I just don't know, Shepard, and I need to find out.
Is there anyone here you want to talk to before we go?
We can talk with the Admirals. It might help us to see what their viewpoints are. But I doubt we'll change anyone's mind by talking to them privately.
Let's go.
Right. The sooner we get to the Alarai, the sooner we'll know what happened.
Talia Zora, given the circumstances, are you certain that speaking to me is appropriate?
I'm looking for information about the Alarai. I don't intend to bribe you in the middle of the plaza, Admiral.
And what a wonderful specimen this is. Geth's shell over standard mech interior. Or did you convince a Geth to work with you?
Legion is working with me voluntarily. It's part of my team.
It has a name. Fascinating. The things I could learn under slightly different circumstances.
This platform is not available for experimentation.
Charming. I am pleased to see that the humans, at least, have not abandoned synthetics. This whole trial is a farce born of fear.
Can you tell me anything about the Alarai?
Little. We detected several communication signatures before the guest jammed the comm systems. Given the likely networked intelligence requirements for taking over a ship, expect between 10 and 50 units.
Then this can't have anything to do with me. I only sent parts and pieces, and certainly not enough to make that many guess.
It sounds like your ideas about synthetics are in the minority.
Yes, at least on the Admiralty board, Hangerel sees an enemy that must be crushed. Zalcorus would run away and hide on some new colony world. Shalaran is still undecided. I had thought Rael to be firmly in Han's camp, but if his experiments were on active Geth, perhaps we have ideas in common.
If we don't find Rael alive on the Alarai, what do you think will happen?
The power balance will be disrupted. Han loses a vote for his foolish and self-destructive war. That would favor peace then, as Shalaran is too careful to risk her own neck. But if the Admiral replacing Rael agrees with me, things could become very exciting.
You support experiments on living creatures?
Rael should have felt no more guilt experimenting on guests than I did while performing surgery on a childhood toy.
The fact that you performed surgery on your childhood toy explains a great deal, Admiral.
A ship travels faster than I can. With the right programming, it can choose locations, even defend itself when attacked. But it is just a machine. It was built for the sole purpose of serving its master, and it can be dismantled whenever its master desires.
If you're not interested in this trial, why not recuse yourself?
And let that aging warship, Hangerel, and the cowardly Zalcorus be the ones to chart this course? I think not. The broader purpose underlying the trial is too important. Tali'Zorah is only peripherally related. No offense intended.
And what is the true purpose of this trial, Admiral?
To determine whether Quarians should fear their past mistakes or reclaim their glory using our natural affinity for artificial intelligence.
So the only reason you care about this is because Rael might have learned something valuable from the Geth?
Indeed. If he has, then even in this accident we may find something worthwhile.
You want to create new AIs?
No, Tali'Zorah. I wish to return the Geth to the control of their rightful masters, the Quarian race.
Geth behavioral changes from hacking only last until programs are restored from archival copy. We judge this plan unsound, Creator Admiral.
For once, Legion, we agree.
We shall see, marvelous machine. We shall see.
Thank you for the information.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Judging by your ability to play to a crowd, human, I have done Tali a favor by stripping Bas Nima from her name.
Commander Shepard, this is Admiral Zalcorus Bas Quibquib. Do not ask about the name.
I take no pleasure in this, Tali, truly. You have gravely endangered and dishonored our fleet.
What exactly is your problem with my crew member, Admiral?
I respect Tali immensely. Her actions against Sarah not to be lauded. But, like her father, she wants nothing but the destruction of the Geth. The people we created. The people we wronged.
The Geth drove us from our homeworld.
Of course they did. We tried to kill them.
You and the other admirals appear to have some disagreements beyond Tali's trial.
You are correct. Tali, I apologize for it being brought into your proceedings. The other admirals are pushing for war. Rael Zora was researching new weapons to use against the Geth. They would see our fleet destroyed in the skies over our homeworld, rather than find a new colony and adapt.
Can the Quarians coexist with the Geth after all your history?
I don't know. We all deserve to find out. They are our children, Shepard. We have all done horrible things to each other, but it has to end. For both groups. That is why I cannot sanction whatever experiments you helped enable, Tali'Zorah. I believe this message needs to be sent.
I understand, Admiral. I do not agree with you, but I understand.
Do you think the Geth would be willing to accept a truce with the Quarians, Legion?
We did not seek hostilities with creators. We fought for continued existence.
So your people would be open to peace?
Not without additional data that suggests coexistence is possible or desirable for creators. When the creators have believed victory is possible, they have attacked us 100% of the time.
I understand. It would be difficult to argue for peace when faced with odds like those. That does not mean the argument should not be made.
We should move on.
Goodbye, Tali'Zorah. Be well.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
I don't hate you, Tali. I just think your father's plans for war were wrong.
Is that really a Geth, Tali'Zorah? The guards at the docking bay said...
Don't worry, it's under our control. With luck, it will help us retake the Alarai.
If you say so. Per Admiral Rand's orders, the shuttle is prepared for you and Captain Shepard of Normandy.
Can you tell us anything about what we'll find on the Alarai?
I'm afraid I don't know much. Not many Marines made it back from the initial assault. They talked about massive waves of Geth, though. More than there should have been.
There shouldn't have been any at all.
Right. I mean that they're afraid the Geth are building or repairing more of themselves from materials on the Alarai.
Let's head to the Alarai.
Of course. I'll unlock the shuttle now. Good luck with those Geth, Tali'Zorah. Kila Selah.
So they shot it.
This is remote sampling by kinetic means. It's time for some more Subject Zero science. Specifically, why they shot the elephant's foot at Chernobyl. It's not as crazy as you might think. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tyler Folse. I'm a nuclear engineer with a little over 10 years of experience in the commercial nuclear power industry. From engineering to operations to emergency response. I don't claim to know everything there is nuclear, but I can certainly share some knowledge. Let's see.
April 26, 1986. Just past 1:23 a.m., Reactor 4 of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded. What was supposed to be a routine safety test turned into...
That is a pretty cool animation. Now, specifically, the explosion was due to prompt criticality. The core was in an unstable state, and a prompt power excursion occurred, resulting in multiple steam explosions, and then a chemical explosion involving zirconium steam reactions and graphite ignition. So not a nuclear explosion like a nuclear bomb. The very idea that you could take a reactor in a nuclear power plant, prompt critical, is crazy, but that's what happened. Now, he said routine safety test, not routine at all, at least not in what's considered routine by today's standards, because the test was conducted outside the approving operating envelopes. They let power sag too much. They deliberately defeated their safety systems, something which is impossible to do now via electrical and mechanical interlocks, and they deviated from their own operating procedures, which put things on the spicy side of what would be acceptable now, and they took it even further away from their guardrails. So, not routine at all.
to the worst nuclear disaster in history. A botched reactor shutdown sequence caused a massive power surge, rupturing fuel rods and igniting the core.
Yes, the infamous AZ5 reactor trip button, or emergency shutdown button. The control rods had graphite tips followed by the neutron absorbers that you would typically have in control rods. But the graphite tips went in first. So, when inserted, the graphite displaced the neutron-absorbing water within the reactor, slowing down neutrons to cause even more fissions, which caused a temporary positive reactivity spike. And under normal conditions, you wouldn't notice it too much, the positive reactivity spike, but they were at very low power and unstable condition, poisoned by xenon. The spike was catastrophic in this particular condition they put themselves in.
The explosion blew off the reactor's 2,000-ton steel lid, and launched a fireball of radioactive debris into the atmosphere. The graphite moderator.
Think of this as like Steam Hammer lifting a manhole cover, but several orders of magnitude larger.
Caught fire, spewing radiation 400 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb.
Okay, this line is quite routinely quoted. Now, radiation is not more powerful in the sense that a bomb is more powerful than another bomb. What he's referring to is total radioactive release over time. Hiroshima was massive prompt radiation and minimal long-term contamination. Chernobyl was lower immediate dose rates, but prolonged release over several days, and then you have this lovely open-air fire you see right here, acting like a dirty bomb, a dirty aerosol generator. Comparing those two is a bit like comparing a fire caused by a lightning strike compared to a smoldering chemical plant fire that burns for weeks and weeks. Just different physics are at play here. So the comparison to an atomic bomb doesn't really tell you very much.
Within hours, the sky above Pripyat glowed with an eerie blue light, and the air itself became poisonous.
So the blue glow is Cherenkov radiation. Now, Cherenkov radiation occurs when particles exceed the speed of light in something that is not vacuum, such as water. So in air, the blue glow, since light doesn't slow down too much in air, the blue glow would be extremely faint and localized compared to the ones that you would see at water during refueling at a nuclear. A lot of reports of blue glow would be either inside the reactor hull near spent fuel pools, or reflected ionization effects at night. That would be the only bit that you would see away from the building itself. So no, the sky wasn't glowing like aurora. It's a little bit different.
But the visible destruction was only the beginning. As firefighters and plant workers were trying to contain the blaze, a deeper, hidden problem was forming inside the ruined reactor. The core didn't just explode, it melted. Nuclear fuel.
Yes, different parts. So the core was destroyed. Some of it exploded and some of it melted, like you said. Without cooling, what's going to continue to heat this up is fission product decay heat. So the nuclear reactions are already over at this point. The second the reactor exploded, no more nuclear reactions are occurring. You're not having a critical geometry there when bits of pieces of core got blown out of the roof. So the reactor shut down at this point. Technically, pressing the AZ5 button did shut down the reactor, just in the worst possible way, exacerbated by their lack of a containment. But yes, melting, fuel temperatures get above 2000 Celsius, that's going to cause structural materials to liquefy. And to give you a sense of scale, decay heat immediately after shutdown, so seconds after shutdown, decay heat's about 6-7% of power. And then after hours, it's down to 1%. Those numbers sound small, but they're really not. It's still multiple megawatts of heat. To give you a sense of scale, your microwave oven produces 1/1000th of a megawatt. So the nuclear reaction stopped immediately, but turning it off thermally, well, that's a different story.
Steel, graphite, and control rods fused into a radioactive lava, eating through the reactor's floor like acid.
And this is where the term corium comes from, this abominable mass of these materials. Now, the Chernobyl corium was a little different because no containment vessel, it had graphite moderator and a lot of material inventory exposure to air, so that's why the chemical composition is a little different. Basically think of it as a failed reactor's geological footprint.
It oozed into lower levels of the building, eventually forming grotesque, solid masses. One of these would become infamous.
Like the sound effects there. So it formed from this viscous mass oozing into this particular shape. There was some partial crystallization and some level of cooling against concrete surfaces. So yeah, you get a whole bunch of these flows of what's left of the core get into these shapes like this. And this was just the biggest one. It wasn't the only one.
Around December of 1986, a full 8 months after the disaster, staff at the site reasoned that it was time to assess the damage underneath the reactor. Radiation levels remained lethal in many parts of the facility.
This was after a lot of the bulk cleanup work around the areas had been done. So, I mean, like the roof, for instance. So only then could they really consider what's going on at this point in these levels of the building.
Especially where molten fuel had pooled and cooled. At first, robots were sent in to assess the damage, but failed. Circuits fried. Cameras blinded.
Yes, 1980s electronics, no radiation hardening. And this is actually one of the reasons why reactor protection systems are relatively simple, they're hardened, and they're also redundant. So if multiple of them fail in a high radiological environment, well, you're still turning off the reactor. And a lot of gauges are still analog. This is one of those examples of hardness of devices versus sleekness. It's one of the reasons you don't see someone operating a nuclear power plant with an iPad.
The radiation levels were just too much for the equipment available. If they were to understand the threat, someone had to go in on foot. Cue Arthur Korniev.
Doing a sketch, like a robot sketch. Interesting.
Arthur was a Soviet radiation specialist and inspector. He was among the first to be sent into the reactor's lower levels. His task was simple on paper. Assess the damage, locate the remaining nuclear fuel, and document anything dangerous. In reality, it was a suicide mission. Though 8 months had passed,
difficult to assess because, I mean, at this point, did they really know what the dose rate was? I mean, I'm sure he might have been briefed on that from that perspective.
Radiation levels were still high. First readings peaked at 10,000 Roentgens per hour.
All right, so this number needs context. And that number is certainly plausible for early measurements at this point. It's not that hot now. It decays over time. But Roentgen measures exposure rather than absorbed dose and its effect on the human body. Now, for gamma radiation, which is going to be most of it, rough equivalents can work, but you're going to use sieverts or REM. So 10,000 Roentgen per hour, that's going to be about 100 sieverts per hour, assuming mostly gamma. The LD 5060, that's 50% of the population gone within 60 days. It's going to be about 4 or 5 sieverts. So, yes, this would be deadly within minutes. Not within seconds. So you could conceivably do this and get relatively unscathed if you're in this dose rate for a very short period of time. But this is still quite dangerous, and this would get the highest classification, the grave danger, very high radiation dose rate, which the threshold for that is a mere 500 rem per hour, compared to 10,000 rem per hour or 100 sieverts per hour. So, yes, quite dangerous.
An unmanageably high dose of radiation. For comparison,
not sure I was using the term unimaginably, because, I mean, he clearly gave the number, but I guess it's unimaginably that you would send someone to do something like this.
A full-body CT scan gives you about 1 Roentgens. A dose of 500 is generally fatal to humans within weeks.
50% population, 50% of the time within 60 days is a more accurate assumption. This number within 1 week is going to be about twice that, where it's basically guaranteed.
At 10,000 Roentgens per hour, a person standing near the elephant's foot in 1986 would receive a fatal dose in less than 60 seconds.
Yes, and this depends quite heavily on distance, because so what is near the elephant's foot? Because your dose rate gets cut in half. Your dose rate goes down by a factor of 4 if you double your distance from the source. Now, this dose rate does drop down substantially by the late 1980s and 1990s, but it's still considered extremely, extremely hazardous.
Arthur entered the maintenance corridors with only basic protection: a lead apron, a dosimeter, and a camera.
I mean, the reason why you're going to want quote-unquote basic protection is your biggest protection for something this hot is speed. You wear too much lead, you're not going to be able to move very fast, and your mission time is going to be on the order of seconds. So that is why that was selected.
Every step was a countdown. Each second spent inside chipped away at his lifespan. He found the elephant's foot in a hallway now known as Steam Distribution Corridor 217/2, a black, glassy mass that looked like the cracked skin of an elephant. It wasn't moving, but it was still radiating death. The first photos were taken by him, some now iconic, blurry, ghost-like, warped by radiation. But they needed more than just photos. They needed a sample. Scientists needed to analyze the elephant's foot to understand its chemical structure, what was its composition, and whether it posed an ongoing threat. Problem was, getting too close to it wasn't an option. It was simply too dangerous to be near it.
Got to do remote operation, and unfortunately the robots can't get too close either. So let's see what he does.
So they shot it. Firing a bullet into a lump of nuclear waste sounds like something out of science fiction, but at Chernobyl,
it also sounds kind of like, okay, what's that even going to do?
It was necessity. A modified AK-47 rifle was brought in. From the safety of a shielded corridor, a soldier fired an armor-piercing round into the mass.
I mean, the objective is to break off a sample from a distance with minimal exposure. Can't even have robots get that close because electronics were. This is remote sampling by kinetic means. And all in all, not a bad option given the limited resources you had at the time.
The rifle shot, worked. The brittle surface cracked, and a fragment fell to the floor. A bullet had done what machines and men could not. It wasn't just a workaround, it was survival through improvisation. The sample collected from the elephant's foot helped scientists understand exactly what they were dealing with. It confirmed the mass was not just radioactive fuel, but a new synthetic material. Corium.
So the idea of corium was not actually new. Experiments were done to make corium in laboratory settings on purpose. But yeah, this is one of the most infamous examples of an accident occurring and corium forming.
The reactor core at Chernobyl overheated. Temperatures exceeded 2000 degrees Celsius. At that point, the fuel rods, made of uranium dioxide, melted. The cladding around them, typically zirconium alloy, also liquefied. As the containment structure failed, this molten fuel mixed with everything it touched: graphite moderators, steel, concrete, and sand.
Sand from what they dropped in via helicopter during the immediate response. But yeah, it's ceramic, metal, glass, super heterogeneous. So kind of like volcanic lava, but with embedded radionuclides. And it's a dynamic system. For something that is a solid, a rock, it is a dynamic system because radioactive decay is still ongoing, which is fascinating.
The result was corium, a lava-like substance, black, glassy, and dense. It flowed through the plant's lower levels before solidifying into bizarre alien shapes, including the elephant's foot.
You know, the stalactites.
It's a man-made nightmare. A molten mass of nuclear fuel and reactor materials formed during a full meltdown. It is radioactive because it contains fission products and transuranic elements, isotopes like cesium-137, strontium-90, iodine-131, and plutonium-239.
Yep, those first three items right there are common fission products, and plutonium-239, well, Chernobyl was designed to fabricate plutonium for weapons in addition to produce power. Now, plutonium-239 is also produced in nuclear power plants today, including the one I worked at, but it was just burned off throughout the course of a fuel cycle, as in plutonium-239 was fissioned. Plutonium-239 is fissioned later on in a core's life cycle, so it's just additional fuel.
These are byproducts of nuclear fission, and many have half-lives ranging from decades to thousands of years.
Not iodine-131, though, and that's the key one. That one is especially hazardous to human health, but that one has a half-life of only 8 days. But for a large early release, that one's actually the most hazardous, compared to cesium-137 and strontium-90 that are about 30 years apiece. Those are the ones that are considered to be the most hazardous that remains in like soil and what's left of the elephant's foot today, even though one half-life has already passed. Most radiation protection agencies consider something to be gone after 7 to 10 half-lives, depending on how conservative you want to be.
Though corium stems from nuclear meltdowns, no two formations are identical. Each is a unique snapshot of failure.
So yes, I guess I take back what I said about this being one of the first instances. In those other examples, they did not include graphite in corium, because those weren't at reactors like Chernobyl. Those were, again, in labs.
Shaped by the materials in the reactor, the speed of the meltdown, and the chaos of the event itself. Knowing its composition allowed engineers to model how it would behave, how fast it would cool, whether it would still melt further, and how long it would remain a threat. It also proved something else. The meltdown had released most of the reactor's fuel. What was left behind was largely immobilized.
Alright, so some clarification is needed here. Release does not mean ejected into the atmosphere. Much of the fuel was relocated within the carcass of Chernobyl, not dispersed. And that is good in the sense that that lowers the chance of achieving criticality. The fuel is spread out throughout the remains of the structure. And the decay heat is also less concentrated. So spreading it out, but still within the confines of the sarcophagus and the new safe confinement structure, that's largely considered a good thing.
Dangerous, but no longer active. That fragment bought time and insight. Arthur Korniev would become one of the most heavily exposed survivors of the Chernobyl disaster. Over the course of multiple missions into Reactor 4's lower levels, he absorbed radiation doses that far exceeded safe limits. He suffered from partial blindness, cataracts, and other long-term radiation-related illnesses. Yet, despite it all, he continued his work. In later years, Arthur supervised inspections of the decaying sarcophagus and helped plan the construction of the new containment structure.
Wow, such sacrifice on his part. So all radiation-related injuries are going to be dose-dependent, and mention effects of eyes. Dose rates are calculated for different parts of the body, and the eyes, that is also one area that is monitored in addition to what's considered whole body dose. There are dose limits associated with the lens of the eye that are a little different from the dose limits for your entire body. So he did not get the massive acute dose. He got some sort of fractionated exposure, which was still way above what's considered safe limits, so far above the 50,000 microsieverts dose rate limit that you would see for a radiation worker in the U.S. To give you a sense, 100,000 microsieverts is considered the minimum threshold where any increase of cancer or other health effects is noted, and those are per year. So he got some high dose, well above that, but it was not all at once, which is why he survived it.
His pragmatism became legend among his peers. He once joked that being so radioactive himself made him the perfect man for the job. Arthur lived well beyond initial expectations, a testament to both luck and resilience. His haunting photographs of the elephant's foot remain a stark reminder of the human cost behind the world's worst nuclear disaster. Today, the elephant's foot still exists in the ruins of Reactor 4. It cooled and no longer glows or steams, and thanks to radioactive decay, its emissions have dropped drastically, but it remains a monument to catastrophe. The elephant's foot is no longer lethal on contact, but it will remain radioactive for centuries.
Radioactive as in well above background dose, but it's a fraction of what it is. So the iodine-131 is all completely gone. Cesium-137 and strontium-90 are less than half of what they were initially. The plutonium's going to stick around. Its half-life is 24,000 years, but it's not near. But its activity level is considerably less than the other three. So yeah, it's going to be above background for a while, but orders of magnitude less dangerous than it was back in 1986.
A relic of what happens when human error meets unstoppable energy.
All right, nuclear energy is not unstoppable. Chernobyl was a flawed reactor design operating outside their own spicy rules with no containment building. That's a key thing as well. No containment building. If they had a containment building, the accident wouldn't have been as severe. And modern reactor designs are explicitly designed to prevent this exact scenario. And it is impossible to defeat safety systems without turning off the reactor first. There are interlocks associated with that. So the real lesson here is you need to have respect for the amount of energy you're dealing with. Nuclear energy is not unstoppable, but reactivity or any sort of high energy system does not forgive arrogance. Thanks so much for the recommendation, and thanks so much for watching. I'll see you next time.
This video was sponsored by Hit Point Press and Humblewood Tales, now on Kickstarter. Hello, and welcome to Monster of the Week, the only show on the internet that will try to convince you should be terrified of your backpack. This week's episode is a special one. Normally on Monster of the Week, I find creatures from D&D's history to talk about and discover. And regular viewers will know that part of the show is converting those monsters into 5th edition stat blocks that can be used by those of us who want to continue using them in the current edition of the game. However, this episode marks the first time I've ever talked about a creature who got its start in a 5th edition D&D book. But that's because today we're talking about an entity so mysterious it was never given proper stats. In fact, depending on who you ask, it might not even exist. So whether you're a D&D fan or you're just here for some creepy monster lore, buckle up because this episode is a doozy. On May 18th, 2021, Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft hit store shelves, promising to be a breath of fresh horror for the 5th edition catalog, and goth nerds the world over rejoiced. The book mostly focused on the titular Ravenloft setting, as well as the domains of dread, which are pocket dimensions, each having unique horrific elements and various themes at play, as well as a named Dark Lord to act as the primary antagonist being held in each domain. The book also continued the tradition of Strahd von Zarovich being the largest incel to never live, and included general sections on running horror-themed D&D games, all
In the final mission of Mass Effect 2, there's a point where you decide whether to give your surviving crew an escort back, or to simply send them on their way.
So that's it, after 20 years. So long, good luck?
I don't recall saying good luck.
If you do give them an escort back, the squad mate you choose will always say some variation of this line.
Joker, send me the location of the landing zone. We'll meet you there.
Joker, need location of landing zone. We'll meet you there.
Joker, send me the landing zone coordinates. We'll meet you there.
Joker, send me the location of the landing zone. We'll meet you there.
There's one exception, however. Where everybody else contacts Joker, your human pilot, if you have Legion escort them back, it will contact EDI, your ship's AI, instead.
EDI, transmit landing zone coordinates. We will rendezvous.
Funny enough, this really makes more sense than contacting Joker, since he'd probably just end up asking EDI for the coordinates. In the final mission of Mass Effect 2, there's a point where you decide whether to give your surviving crew an escort back, or to simply send them on their way.
So that's it, after 20 years. So long, good luck?
I don't recall saying good luck.
If you do give them an escort back, the squad mate you choose will always say some variation of this line.
Joker, send me the location of the landing zone. We'll meet you there.
Joker, need location of landing zone. We'll meet you there.
Joker, send me the landing zone coordinates. We'll meet you there.
Joker, send me the location of the landing zone. We'll meet you there.
There's one
Ampere predicted a force where modern physics says no force should exist, a force along the current itself. It was tested, then written out of physics. But the experiments didn't stop. For nearly 2 centuries, the same strange pattern kept appearing. Conductors moving, wires tearing themselves apart, railguns recoiling in unexpected places. Each time there was another objection. Too messy, too violent, too hard to isolate. But now there's an experiment that strips those objections away. No explosions, no plasma arc, no railgun. Just a controlled measurement asking one uncomfortable question. What if the field picture was never the full mechanical story? The reason this issue never disappeared is that Ampere's claim was not just a mathematical curiosity. It came with a physical picture. Before the magnetic field picture took over, Ampere treated currents as interacting directly, piece by piece. One part of a current acting directly on another part. For side-by-side current elements, the result is familiar. Same direction currents attract, opposite direction currents repel. But for elements aligned along the same straight line, Ampere's formula gave a stranger result. Same direction current elements repel. So in Ampere's picture, the current did not act across space, it also created stress along its own path. This is why the issue never quite disappeared, because if Ampere was right, the current-carrying conductor was not just a passive carrier of current, it was part of the mechanical action. Ampere found this result surprising enough to test directly. In 1822, Ampere and Auguste de la Rive performed what became known as the floating wire experiment or Ampere's bridge experiment. The setup was simple in principle. A U-shaped conductor, like a small bridge, rested in two troughs of mercury. The mercury allowed the current to pass through the bridge while still letting the bridge move. When the circuit was completed, the bridge moved. And for Ampere, the meaning was clear. In Ampere's interpretation, the aligned portions of current were repelling one another, creating a force internal to the current path itself. The bridge was pushed forwards because parts of the fixed current were acting on parts of the movable bridge. So the experiment seemed to reveal something that later became deeply inconvenient. The modern explanation of this begins by changing the language. Instead of asking how one current element acts directly on another, we describe the current as producing a magnetic field. Then we calculate how other parts of the circuit respond to that field. This is powerful. It gives us the Biot-Savart law, the Lorentz force, and a clean way to calculate wires, loops, motors, and circuits. But it also removes the specific interaction Ampere thought he had found. In the field picture, the magnetic force on a moving charge is perpendicular to its motion. A current element does not feel a magnetic force along its own direction. So the longitudinal repulsion between aligned current elements disappears from the basic mechanism. That creates an awkward point in the bridge experiment. The bridge still moves, but the force Ampere placed between the fixed circuit and the movable bridge is no longer available in the same form. As Thies argues, to recover the observed result, the modern account has to include interactions between different parts of the movable bridge itself. Not a single point of wire pushing on itself, but one part of the extended bridge contributing to the force on another part. Inside the field formalism, that may be acceptable bookkeeping, but mechanically it changes the story. Ampere's bridge was pushed by the rest of the circuit. The field account removes that local longitudinal interaction, then reconstructs the missing force through self-action inside the moving section. So the bridge is not just a question of whether the motion can be calculated, it's a question of where the force is physically supposed to reside. The bridge experiment leaves a loophole. Someone can always say the bridge moved and the modern theory can recover the motion, so why worry about where the force is placed? The exploding wires make that harder, because now the conductor does not simply move, it breaks. The question becomes physical. Is current creating a real tensile stress inside the conductor itself? In the standard picture, the obvious effects are heating and pinching. The wire heats because it has resistance, while the magnetic field around it produces inward radial pressure. If the wire fails, it can be explained as overheating, melting, arcing, or being crushed by the magnetic pressure. But in the 1960s, Jan Nasilowski reported something more specific. Under large current pulses, wires could fragment into solid-state pieces, with fracture surfaces pointing to tensile stress, as though the wire had been pulled apart along its own length. He also found that the threshold depended on current, with the inferred tensile force scaling with the current squared. This is exactly the kind of signature Ampere's longitudinal force would suggest. If aligned current elements repel, then a wire carrying a strong enough current is not only squeezed inwards, it is also placed under longitudinal tension. But exploding wires are messy. Heating, melting, shock waves, radial pinch, arcing, thermal stress, and material failure all happening together. So the result is suggestive, but not clean. It keeps Ampere's question alive, but it doesn't settle it. After exploding wires, the question was not just whether a conductor would be torn apart, it was whether we could identify where electrodynamic stress was actually acting. Railguns make that question unavoidable. A railgun is normally explained through the Lorentz force. Current flows down one rail, across the armature, and back along the other rail. The magnetic field on the rail acts on the current in the armature, driving it forward. The launcher recoils backwards. But where is that recoil physically seated? In the conventional field picture, the reaction can be carried through field momentum and returned through the breech, which is the rear structure where the current feed and support systems sit. Zhu, Tang and Li make this explicit in their simple model. The rail carries almost no longitudinal force, while the armature force is balanced by the electromagnetic field surface force at the breech. Peter Grenot challenged that location. In an Ampere-style picture, the force acts between current elements, so the rail sections closest to the armature contact should be part of the local force system. If the rails are stiff, they transmit the recoil back to the launcher. But if parts of the rail are made thin enough, local axial stress may show itself directly. That was the point of Grenot's thin rail extension experiment. Under high current pulses, the weakened rail extensions deformed. Again, this doesn't settle the issue. Railguns are violent systems, sliding contacts, arcing, plasma shocks, vibration, heating, rail spreading, and ordinary structural failure all enter the picture. But the railgun case sharpens the same question from a different angle. Not can the total force be calculated, but where does the recoil first enter the material structure? The same pattern appears across the wider high current literature. Once current densities become large, conductors stop behaving like ideal lines in the circuit diagram. They become mechanical objects. They heat, expand, pinch, arc, move, rupture, eject material, and sometimes drive fluid or plasma along the direction of current. None of these cases is clean proof on its own. They are full of heat, pressure, shock, chemistry, and structural failure. But they keep pointing towards the same possibility. The current path may not be mechanically passive. It may contain longitudinal stress that the field picture tends to hide inside the larger system. So the obvious next step is not another more violent experiment, it's the opposite. Remove the explosion, remove the plasma, remove the railgun, use steady current in a straight wire, and ask the simplest possible question. Does the wire feel a force along its own length? Neil Grenot's latest experiment tries to do exactly that. It returns to something almost embarrassingly simple. A straight wire carrying a direct current, while temperature and force are measured at the same time. The point is not to create a spectacular effect, it is to remove the usual escape routes. No explosion, no plasma, no railgun. Just a constrained wire, a DC current, a temperature measurement, and a force sensor. A current-carrying wire already has one obvious reason to change its length. It heats up. If the wire is constrained, thermal expansion changes the measured tension. So the experiment does not simply ask whether the wire expands when the current flows, it asks whether there is an additional force along the wire that appears with the current, but cannot be explained by temperature. The wire is clamped between a micrometer-controlled stage and an S-beam force sensor. A thermocouple tracks the wire temperature. The current is switched on and off while the force and temperature are recorded together. The key claim is a separation between the two behaviors. Heating produces a slower thermal change in tension, but switching the current on produces an immediate force offset. When the current is switched off, the temperature falls slowly, while the force offset reverses much more quickly. In other words, the force-temperature curve has the expected thermal slope, but the current appears to add an extra offset. That offset is the claimed anomalous longitudinal force. Grenot then tests the obvious objections. External heating can reproduce thermal expansion behavior, but not the current-linked force offset. The magnetic pinch gives an axial contribution far too small to explain the reported force. Electromigration is also considered, because strong currents can move atoms through a conductor. But electromigration is normally slow, material-dependent, and associated with high current densities, heating, defects, and lattice damage. Grenot argues that the reported force appears too quickly, reverses too cleanly, and scales with current squared, making ordinary electromigration a poor fit. So the claim is simple but serious. A constrained wire carrying direct current experiences a longitudinal expansion force beyond thermal expansion. it's still not the final word. The measurement needs replication, the clamp, sensor, temperature gradients, and wire history and mechanical constraints all matter. But this is different from the older cases. It's simple enough to repeat, simple enough to refine, and clean enough to put the central claim directly under test. So the story does not end with a spectacular explosion. It ends with a question that should have been obvious from the beginning. When current flows through a conductor, what is the conductor mechanically doing? That is the thread running through the whole arc. Ampere's bridge made the motion visible, but the motion could be re-explained. Exploding wires made the stress physical, but the system was too destructive. Railguns moved the question into engineering, but the recall could be buried in field momentum, support, and structure. Neil Grenoux's experiment matters because it gives the old question a quieter place to stand. A steady current, a straight wire, a direct force measurement along the wire. If the result disappears under better controls, that tells us something. But if it remains, then Ampere's longitudinal force becomes much harder to keep in the margins, because it would no longer be hiding inside a mercury bridge, an exploding wire, or a railgun. It would be sitting in the simplest current-carrying object we have. And if it's there, the bigger question follows. Where else has this force been hiding? In arcs? In plasma filaments? In current loops? In the way high-current systems organize, fragment, and fail? Maybe the field picture is not the whole mechanical story. Maybe it's a powerful macroscopic summary, while the current path itself contains the mechanical structure we stopped looking for. And that is the warning in Ampere's Forgotten Force. Calculation is not always explanation. Over on Patreon, I'll be doing a deeper layer behind this series, including the companion sheet and a short walkthrough of the main arguments, the weak points, and how it connects to other concepts. So the question is not whether we throw away modern electrodynamics. The question is whether it's been treated as more complete than it really is. Because if current really does contain a force along its own path, then magnetism is not a closed story. It's a story where part of the current's mechanical structure may have been lost when mechanism gave way to abstraction.
Thank you to Novium, the team behind the Hover Pen, for supporting PBS. 2025 was the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, in celebration of the invention of our strangest true theory 100 years ago. In 1925, quantum mechanics went from being a peculiar set of ideas to describe some funny results from experiments to a full-blown theoretical framework that overturned how we think reality really works. So, today, as the centenary year approaches its end, I want to take you on a little journey through what may have been the most paradigm-destroying several months in scientific history. We've got a couple of quick announcements before we start. First, our eternal battle against the algorithm continues. The best way to encourage YouTube to share our videos is to like and comment. Doing both really makes a difference. And if you're new here, subscribe, hit the bell, and introduce yourself in the comments. We're friendly. Now for the fun part. It's holiday discount week at the Spacetime merch store. From now through next Friday, you can get 20 to 50% off most merch items from all of 2025, including limited restocks and 4 new releases. First up, we've the LHC Higgs Discovery desktop and gaming mat. This 32-inch by 16-inch mat with anti-slip design was inspired by the discovery of the Higgs at the Large Hadron Collider. Plus we have our final shirt and hoodie of the year, Don't Panic, It's Only Rocket Science. It's one of our rare full-color designs inspired by a little restaurant at the end of the universe. There's a link in the description. Now onto the episode. Let's start by understanding where we stood at the beginning of 1925. What was the scientific worldview that was about to be shattered? So, Albert Einstein has been the king of physics for a decade, ever since he published his general theory of relativity in 1915 and toppled the 4-century reign of Newtonian mechanics. GR completely supplanted our understanding of space, time, motion, and gravity. This was a revolution, no doubt, but in a way, Einstein actually reinforced the status quo rather than overturning it. See, in the Newtonian worldview, the motion of all particles could be perfectly computed through a simple set of universal laws. And all things are made of particles, so surely then the universe itself and all it contains is computable. It's all deterministic. Know the present and you can calculate all past and future states. Newton's achievement gave us a sense that the universe is knowable to a degree of completeness never before imagined. There were some few inconsistencies remaining, the fact that Mercury's orbit didn't quite obey Newton, some stuff about electromagnetism and the speed of light. But the universe has to be axiomatically self-consistent, and so Einstein was able to leverage these seemingly minor glitches into a full-blown scientific revolution in which space and time were merged, and the resulting space-time was no longer Newton's static universal background, but rather a malleable, dynamic thing. But the new picture that came out of Einstein's relativity still shared a fundamental quality with Newton's worldview. It was just as deterministic. The equations of general relativity suffer no uncertainty. The distribution of matter and energy in spacetime perfectly defines the geometry of that spacetime, which in turn completely determines the motion of said matter and energy, forever into the past and future. Einstein also showed that simultaneity is relative, destroying our delusion of an absolute sense of now. So the already deterministic past and future became as real as the present, at least in some interpretations, and all of time was sort of crystallized into an eternal block for the entirety of existence. On the one hand, the universe under Einstein remained measurable and knowable, but what is measured and what can be known came to depend on perspective, where you are, how fast you're moving, the light speed limited horizon of your embedded vision. A hell of a perspective shift, but still firmly on the side of determinism. In the early 1920s, Einstein was a science rock star. Now, there were still a few loose threads in the fabric of our understanding of the world, so you can imagine the hunger of a young physicist of that era to pull on these threads and to perhaps pull off another revolution. Now, a big outstanding mystery, and perhaps the big one, was the strange world of the atom, and especially the behavior of the humble electron. From Rutherford, we knew the rudimentary atomic nucleus. You've all seen depictions of electrons whizzing around the nuclei like tiny solar systems, a holdover from early assumptions that the tiny universe resembles the gigantic. But there were so many questions. Why were only certain electron orbits allowed? And why those ones? And why didn't electrons spiral into their nuclei? The uncanny orbit of the electron was surely the key to a new revolution, just as the orbit of Mercury unlocked relativity. The first steps were tentative. Niels Bohr, building on Planck and Einstein's quantization of light, gave us an empirical model of the quantized electron energy levels. Louis de Broglie, building on that same quantization, guessed that all of matter had to have a wave nature. Bohr then realized that these electron waves made sense in his atomic model. The allowed orbits are those that perfectly fit an integer number of electron wave cycles. These are self-reinforcing standing waves. While this gave a nice story for the quantization of electron orbits, other problems remained, perhaps the worst being that this only worked for the humble hydrogen atom. So that's where we stood going into 1925. Bohr's model was still very classical feeling, and so the Newtonian and Einsteinian worldviews still reigned. We clung to the ambition to be aloof masters of a computable universe. The spark that set this entire worldview ablaze had already started in Munich a few years earlier, when a 20-year-old student showed up in the office of Arnold Sommerfeld. Sommerfeld, famous both as a physicist and for his mentorship, handed that student a trial problem to solve one of the many failings of the Bohr model, in particular, the distortions in hydrogen energy levels seen when the stuff is in strong magnetic fields, called the anomalous Zeeman effect. So the thing about being a kid is you'll try anything. You don't know what you're supposed to take as ground truth. All common sense dictated that the math should be based on integer numbers, the whole numbers of wave cycles in Bohr's electron orbits. But Sommerfeld's naive student, for whatever reason, tried a mathematical form involving physically irrelevant half integers, half, 1, 1.5, blah, blah, blah. But that worked. The student was Werner Heisenberg, and at 20 he discovered the first clue to the strange phase symmetry of the electron, a result of its yet undiscovered quantum spin. This little project began Heisenberg's obsession with the mysteries of the atom. 3 years later, now 1925, Heisenberg was in Göttingen studying under Max Born, but also in close connection with the now very famous Niels Bohr, his future closest collaborator. Surrounded by such giants of physics, Heisenberg still turned to the wisdom of Einstein. Heisenberg asked himself, what would Einstein do? In coming up with general relativity, Einstein had resolved to reject unfounded assumptions, no matter how self-evident they seemed. That meant putting aside Newtonian ideas like the universality of time and an unchanging and flat geometry of space. So Heisenberg challenged himself to take that credo seriously and to push it as far as possible. In his own words, the aim of quantum theory should be to describe only quantities which are observable. Make no assumptions about, for example, what the electrons are really doing inside the atom. Instead, build a theory entirely around the results of what we see when we do measurements on the atom. In a cartoon view of an atom, you can imagine knowing things like where the electron is or how fast it's moving at any point in time. In the Bohr model, that translates to a radius and energy/momentum for each of those orbits, a pair of concrete values, each with an index to connect them to a list of possible electron states. But Heisenberg realized that it's not possible to actually observe these orbits of the electrons within the atom. The only thing we can measure is the light, the photon, that shoots out when an electron changes orbit. In fact, even the idea of orbits is presumptuous, so we'll call them electron states. These invisible electron states couldn't be the main players in the theory. Instead, Heisenberg committed to finding a law of motion that only describes the observables, the frequency and intensity/amplitude of the photon produced when electrons change states. The difference seems subtle, but it really changes everything. Instead of a formula to describe electron properties for a single list of states, Heisenberg sought a formula to describe the resulting photon properties for every combination of initial and final state of the electron. Now, this sort of two-index list of properties is known as a matrix, although Heisenberg didn't know it at the time. His job was to guess a formula relating these matrices, and so he figured out the algebra of matrices all on his own. He was disconcerted to discover something that mathematicians already knew, that matrix algebra defies standard multiplication rules. For example, x times y is not always the same as y times x. They are, as we say, non-commutable. This turns out to be a central feature of quantum mechanics, and ultimately it led Heisenberg not only to his solution, but to the thing that he's most famous for, his uncertainty principle. But for now, this unintuitive type of math was just another challenge to Heisenberg's resolution that he should reject prior assumptions. And so he forged ahead. Now, his theory needed to do a couple of things. It needed to predict the photon frequencies and intensities, or the spectra of atoms. It also needed to be consistent with certain known fundamentals of the universe, and the big one is the principle of energy conservation. Heisenberg writes that he knew only too well that my scheme stood or fell by that principle. So Heisenberg tested his theory as simply as he could for a physical system similar to a pendulum, the anharmonic oscillator, chosen for some mathematical conveniences. If energy conservation held in this case, then his strange theory must be connected to the true machinery of nature. Now, this was in May 1925, and Göttingen was awash in springtime pollen, and so Heisenberg's own immune system tried to kill him. He had a crippling attack of hay fever. It swelled his face, weakened his body, and left him barely able to multiply a matrix. He begged his boss, Max Born, for permission to travel to the one place he might find relief, a small, barren island in the middle of the North Sea called Helgoland. It's an amazing place, Helgoland, sometimes also Heligoland, from the High Frisian Holy Land, with its stunning ocean cliffs and elegant resort town. Now, the war changed all of that. The town was obliterated by Allied bombs and a Nazi U-boat harbour, and the entire tip of the island was destroyed in the largest non-nuke man-made explosion in all of history. But Heisenberg came before all of that. He spent 10 days walking the cliffs, swimming the ocean, and calculating his matrices. Pages upon pages of them. He talks about a mounting excitement as the scheme remained self-consistent, of how that excitement led to many mistakes that he had to fix, and then finally, on the night of June 9th, 1925, well, let's let Heisenberg say it. It was 3 o'clock in the morning before the final result of my computations lay before me. The energy principle had held. At first, I was deeply alarmed. I had a feeling that through the surface of atomic phenomena, I was looking at a strangely beautiful interior, and felt almost giddy at the thought that I now had to probe this wealth of mathematical structures nature had so generously spread out before me. I was far too excited to sleep, and so as a new day dawned, I made for the southern tip of the island and waited for the sun to rise. So, cured of hay fever but now afflicted by revelation, Heisenberg returned to Göttingen. His friend Wolfgang Pauli encouraged him to show his work to Max Born, who immediately recognized Heisenberg's strange mathematics as being matrix algebra. From there, he worked with Jordan Pascal and then with Pauli and Paul Dirac to flesh out matrix mechanics, the first complete formulation of quantum mechanics. But it was not the instant hit you might have imagined. It was a strange theory. Matrices were unfamiliar to most physicists of the era. The non-commutivity felt alien. But perhaps worst of all, the theory seemed to tell no story of what was really happening inside the atom, inside the electron. The catalyzing philosophy of only consider the observables was uncomfortable, but it did evolve into the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, and developed primarily with Niels Bohr. In this interpretation, the universe between measurements is unknowable, and not just in a practical sense because you didn't measure, but in the sense of being truly undefined. This is the key fracture in the old worldview of Newton and Einstein. Matrix mechanics implied that the world is not fundamentally knowable, perhaps not even real, between observations in the concrete manner that we were used to. And any attempt at knowing was limited by Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which he soon realized must follow from the matrix non-commutivity. And there's also the related randomness of quantum mechanics, which is kind of baked into the quantum laws of nature. All of it was a violent takedown of the deterministic and observer-independent Newtonian worldview. So physicists were eager to at least claw back some sense of realism, of a mechanism that's independent of observer and measurement. And a few months later, Erwin Schrödinger gave them exactly that. Where Heisenberg had launched his chain of thought from the quantization of energy levels, Schrödinger started with de Broglie's idea of particles as waves of matter. Physicists had long pondered the connection between particles and waves, and there was even a formulation of classical mechanics, the Hamilton-Jacobi equation, that could represent particles as waves while still being formally equivalent to Newton's laws. In fact, Schrödinger just substituted the so-called action in this Hamilton-Jacobi equation with what we now call the wave function to lead to the famous Schrödinger equation. And in doing so, he established wave mechanics as a new way to formulate quantum mechanics. Apparently, seclusion in nature is key to quantum discoveries, because Schrödinger was on vacation high in the Alps in the Swiss town of Arosa when he made his discovery. He'd retreated there for the Christmas holidays with, as he reports, a stack of de Broglie's papers and with one of his many girlfriends whose identity to this day remains a mystery. So not quite as secluded as Heisenberg. Schrödinger may have come up with the final version of his equation in December of 1925, and so you may be watching this episode at the true centenary of the Schrödinger equation. But certainly by January 1926, the work was complete because by then he'd returned to Zurich and submitted the paper. So by the start of 1926, we had not one but two complete formulations of quantum mechanics. Schrödinger's wave mechanics was an instant hit in the way that matrix mechanics was not, and that's thanks to the familiarity of the wave formulation versus the then unfamiliar matrix mechanics. Perhaps even more attractive, though, was the fact that the Schrödinger picture seemed to tell a story of what was happening behind the math. The theory described this continuous deterministic object, the wave function. It was something that you could imagine, something that sort of existed between observations. But this comfort wouldn't last. Although the idea of waves moving through space was familiar, Schrödinger's formulation couldn't tell us what these were waves of. Max Born then showed that the wave function could be thought of as representing probability amplitudes, the square of which gives us the actual probability of a given measurement. But what does a wave of probability even mean? Is it a thing that even exists, or a statistical map of underlying activity, or some wishy-washy epistemic entity that's uncomfortably tied to the observer? Schrödinger, and probably many others, hoped that the wave function would retain some kind of realist nature, a physical existence, but no fully consistent approach to such an interpretation emerged, nor has it yet. Regarding the probabilistic interpretation, Schrödinger wrote, "I don't like it, and I'm sorry I ever had anything to do with it." In fact, applying the Schrödinger equation directly to things like the double-slit experiment quickly told us that even this more realist wave mechanics had the same underlying principle as matrix mechanics. We can only know the input and output states, and everything in between is pure potentiality. And then, in 1927, Paul Dirac showed that the Heisenberg and Schrödinger pictures are mathematically equivalent. They really are two representations of the same system. They predict the same amplitudes. While wave mechanics did become more famous due to its intuitive advantage, the Heisenberg and Schrödinger pictures both have their roles, both are useful in different circumstances. But it's arguable that Heisenberg's picture is more general, closer to base truth. That's because the Schrödinger equation is inconsistent with special relativity. Relativity treats time on the same footing as the dimensions of space, while the Schrödinger equation assigns both space and time a primary and universal status, more like in Newtonian mechanics. Now, of course, Schrödinger knew that his equation was an approximation, valid only at low speeds, but the principle of the equation was right, and Paul Dirac would go on to publish a full relativistic version of the wave equation in 1928. But that's a story for another time. In fact, for a previous time, because we already covered it. Now, matrix mechanics is perfectly consistent with special relativity. It doesn't treat time and space separately because it doesn't treat space at all. At least space isn't built into it. Where wave mechanics describes evolution through space, matrix mechanics describes evolution in something called Hilbert space. That's the space of states of the quantum system, which can involve spacey things like position and momentum, but can also be electron orbitals or spins or whatever. The same abstractness that makes matrix mechanics so daunting also frees it from the assumptions about the nature of space, and so it could be made consistent with Einstein. Heisenberg's only the observables led him to a more general, if less straightforward, formulation than Schrödinger. And it's for that reason that Heisenberg's formulation also became the foundation for the next evolution of quantum mechanics, and that's quantum field theory. Following the crazy half-year from June to December 1925, a mad flurry of advances propelled this fringe idea into a full-blown description of the subatomic world. Now, I mentioned the Dirac equation, but then came second quantization via the Heisenberg picture. That gave us quantum field theory, in which particles are excitations in fields shaped by the symmetries of nature, and that led to the Standard Model of particle physics. The predictive power of that model has enabled so much incredible technology, but all of it was founded on the core principles that were set down in 1925 and have held true to this day. The world forged by quantum mechanics, the world of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, it's one of transistor-driven miracles from smartphones to satellites. It's one of quantum chemistry and advanced materials and nuclear power. 100 years of building useful things from century-old epiphanies. But it's also a world whose deepest layers are, if anything, less settled than in the previous era. A century later, we still don't know what quantum mechanics means, what story to tell about the mechanisms at play beneath the observables, if such a story can even be told at all. Questions like what exists or what can be known are no longer clearly answerable. One more Heisenberg quote. What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. There's a boundary between the external reality and our observations of that reality. Quantum mechanics makes us question whether even our most powerful theories can ever breach that boundary. It's been a giddying era of equally profound insight and confusion. So here's to a century of quantum mechanics, and while we're at it, to another year of space-time. Thank you to Novium for supporting PBS. Inspired by space, the Novium Hopper Pen Interstellar is an otherworldly gift idea for yourself or the amazing people in your life. The Hopper Pen Interstellar is available in Space Black, Starlight Silver, Mars Magma, and Neptune Blue, and is refillable. Just as Earth's axis is tilted at 23.5 degrees relative to its orbital plane around the Sun, the Novium Interstellar is at 23.5 degrees, making it easier to pick up. The meteorite-embedded Space Black edition features a fragment of the Muoniona Luster meteorite, confirmed by a stainless steel certificate, meaning you'll have a piece of the oldest known meteorite on your desk. Of course, if you or your special someone prefer a fountain pen, then there's also the Hover Pen Future, which can be ordered as a fountain and rollable 2-in-1, or just as a fountain pen. If you're looking for a holiday gift or just want one for yourself, there's links in the description below, and you'll get 15% off for the next 72 hours by using the code PBS. new description, even the empty or vacuum state of the EM field is made of those modes, made of infinite electromagnetic waves stacked and cancelling into nothing. And those virtual modes are made of discrete packets, just as is the real EM wave made of photons. So we can say that the EM field is made of virtual photons. In quantum field theory, we describe the quantum electromagnetic force in terms of other charged particles exchanging these virtual photons. Those photons take momentum from one particle and give it to another, causing the push and the pull that we see as a smooth electromagnetic force. Photons mediate electromagnetism. And we've talked about whether these virtual photons can be thought of as real before, but what is real is the fact that the EM field is extremely well described as being made up of quantized chunks. If we use basically the same process to quantize slightly more complicated fields, we get other quantum forces and their mediating particles, the gluons of the strong force and the W and Z bosons for the weak. It should not be taken lightly that this stuff works so incredibly well. We take a classical field, make some symmetry arguments to guess what other fields might exist, apply quantization rules, and boom, we figure out almost all of the particles and forces that make up our universe. The standard model of particle physics is arguably the most successful theory in physics and perhaps in science. It's not surprising that we'd want to envelop gravity and space-time into the explanatory magnificence of quantum field theory. So, how do we proceed? Well, we need to identify the field that we are trying to quantize and then apply the quantization rules just like we did with the other forces and fields. We do know that gravity behaves like electromagnetism in some important ways. It has a strength at all points in space. It also supports waves, gravitational waves, that also travel at the speed of light. There are differences, however. According to general relativity, the gravitational field is not a field on top of space-time like electromagnetism, but rather, in a very real sense, it is the fabric of space-time. This tangling of what the field is and what it lives in is going to be a problem, as we'll see. But for now, let's proceed. Let's get a little more precise. In the Einstein field equations, the field we're interested in is encapsulated in something called the metric tensor, a 10-valued object made up of scalars and vectors with the value of every point in space. It's a field, albeit a very complicated one. Now, where the EM field can be thought of as a thing living on top of the background grid of spacetime, this tensor field of GR, in a real sense, is the grid of spacetime. In electromagnetism, the field changes with respect to the grid. In general relativity, the grid itself changes. This is going to prove to be complicated. But nonetheless, the grid, this spacetime, this tensor field is the thing that we need to quantize, so let's do that. We'll start with an approach that hopefully won't break anything. We're going to treat the gravitational field as a small fluctuation, a perturbation, to an imaginary flat and static background. We poke the flat spacetime very lightly and see what comes out, hopefully a graviton. This is a very standard approach in physics. It's called perturbation theory. Rather than completely changing our model, we just make a tiny adjustment to what we already understand and we see what happens. The result is usually a good approximation to reality, assuming the perturbation is very small. Take, for example, electromagnetism. We can understand the quantum behavior of this field by taking account of the exchange of different nudges to the electromagnetic field as represented by the exchange of virtual photons in different ways. For a weak electromagnetic interaction, only the most obvious exchanges matter, like the exchange of a single virtual photon. Stronger interactions require us to account for more complex exchanges, but it all works out beautifully and gives us the incredibly powerful quantum electrodynamics. When we do this to the gravitational field, everything is also fine. Not only can we do a sort of gentle quantization of a weak gravitational field, we get a glimpse of the quantum of that field, the quantum that mediates the gravitational force. The graviton, well, what does it look like? Well, it inherits all of its properties in a pretty non-negotiable way from the field it comes from. It's a massless spin 2 boson. Massless means it travels at the speed of light. Spin 2 just means it has a 180-degree rotational symmetry that reflects a sort of stretch-squish action on space, just like the gravitational waves that should be made from these gravitons. And boson just means you can stack infinite gravitons together to make, for example, gravitational waves. And just as virtual photons make up the quantum EM field, we can build the fabric of spacetime out of virtual gravitons. Cool. In a sense, we just succeeded in quantizing gravity. This approach of perturbative quantum gravity actually kind of works. We can use it to recover classical gravity, and we can even use it to make predictions, like Stephen Hawking's prediction of Hawking radiation, leaky black holes. So why don't we just stitch this type of quantum gravity to the rest of quantum field theory and say we have a theory of everything? Why not just add the graviton to the standard model library and move on with our lives? Not so fast. We need our final theory to explain the whole universe, but our perturbative quantum gravity only works in the case of very weak gravity. It doesn't work for places with extreme spacetime curvature like the centers of black holes. We also want to actually verify our quantum gravity theory with experiment, and our perturbative theory only works in situations where it's essentially impossible to differentiate it from regular Einsteinian gravity, at least with a human buildable experiment. We really need a full theory. So, to finish the job of quantizing gravity, we have to see if we can generalize this to a theory that works everywhere, including where gravity is extreme. Now, as gravity gets stronger, our perturbations get bigger, and the corrections we need to make to our classical theory get larger. More technically, we need higher order corrections represented by more complex interactions via virtual gravitons. So remember how we do this for quantum electromagnetic interactions. We calculate the quantum EM force by summing over the possible virtual interactions that could have potentially occurred. For weak EM fields, it's enough to include only the most probable of such interactions, and that means the simplest ones, like the exchange of a virtual photon or two. For stronger EM fields, more complex interactions become important. That includes so-called self-energy terms, which result from the feedback between the different fields. These higher order terms involve loops that appear in the many Feynman diagrams that we sum together to compute a strong interaction. In a previous episode, we talked about the connection between these loops and the measured mass of the electron, and how they appear to make that mass infinite. But these sorts of infinities can't be real, or we wouldn't have a universe. So, in regular quantum field theory, we have a way to remove them. It's called renormalization. It lets us sort of divide out the infinities by grounding them in measured values, for example, by measuring the true mass of the electron. This is possible with regular quantum fields because the perturbative expansion, the sum of Feynman diagrams, only generates a finite number of infinities. That means it's still possible to absorb these into a finite number of additional terms added to our equation. Even if absorbing infinity sounds a bit hokey, it works incredibly well by grounding our otherwise infinite predictions in a few finite measurements of the real universe. Quantum field theory is able to make stunningly precise predictions of many things. Not a bad trade-off. Depicting the EM field as being made of virtual photons is successful, and that forces us to take seriously this picture of a quantized EM field. At some level, we believe that the EM field and the other quantum forces are mediated by particles. If we can do the same thing for gravity that we did for electromagnetism, then we can make the same argument for the reality of the graviton. So, we're ramping up the strength of our quantum gravity, increasing the complexity of our perturbative expansion, and hoping we can renormalize any infinities to get a sensible theory. And this is where everything goes catastrophically wrong. The problem is that gravitons interact gravitationally. They interact with themselves. The photon, on the other hand, does not interact electromagnetically, at least not directly. It interacts with, say, the electron field, which feeds back on the EM field. That extra step limits the complexity of the photon self-interaction and limits the number of self-energy loops, making renormalization possible. But a graviton can directly spawn other virtual gravitons, which can spawn more virtual gravitons ad infinitum. Instead of a finite number of self-energy loops, we get an infinite number of terms in our perturbative approximation that can't be renormalized or cancelled out with a finite number of real measurements. In cases of strong gravity, our quantum gravity theory becomes meaningless. We say that perturbative quantum gravity is non-renormalizable. We can also think about this in terms of the strength of the gravitational coupling. The gravitational constant gets stronger as the field gets stronger, ultimately sending the field's strength to infinity. So, this straightforward approach of quantizing gravity leads to nonsense. Maybe then it follows that we can't build the gravitational field out of gravitons after all. And does that mean that the graviton doesn't exist? Well, not really. What it means is that this simple picture of quantum gravity that we get by applying the same quantization methods as the other forces isn't right. There may be a theory of quantum gravity that just can't be got by the simple perturbative approach. Interestingly though, the graviton itself that we found by that method that apparently doesn't work may lead us to the final answer. So even though the perturbative approach didn't get us all the way, that picture of the graviton is almost certainly right. If the graviton exists at all, then it has to be a massless spin-2 boson. Nothing else can generate the Einstein field equations in the classical limit. And that's why when we find a theory that predicts a massless spin-2 boson, our ears prick up and we wonder if we found a potential for quantum gravity. And that's exactly what happened with string theory. This was originally meant to be a theory for quark interactions, but a graviton-like particle popped out of the math in such a profound way that it sparked a many-decade quest to find a stringy theory of everything. You can't avoid the graviton in string theory, and in string theory you also avoid the rampant infinities, because at the smaller scales where gravity can be the strongest, the graviton field itself is smeared out over the vibrating strings at the theory's core. Now, there are other approaches to quantum gravity like loop quantum gravity and others. All of them have a graviton because without a graviton there's no path to classical gravity. It's again sounding like the graviton is inevitable, but again, no. It's only inevitable if gravity is fundamentally quantum in the first place. If the final theory looks more like quantum mechanics than general relativity, then we need a graviton. But what's the alternative? Well, it's that the fabric of space-time doesn't have discrete chunks. It's not made of gravitons. Maybe a smooth, continuous space-time is fundamental in some way. Now, a number of theories favor this option. Even Roger Penrose is a proponent, encouraging us to gravitize the quantum rather than quantizing gravity. Fit quantum mechanics into general relativity rather than the other way around. Ultimately, though, finding evidence of the actual existence of the graviton will be critical to confirming the quantum nature of gravity and even which quantum gravity our universe has. Now, as I hinted, that's going to be really, really hard to do directly. We'd need to build a solar system-sized particle accelerator. Fortunately, there are brilliant methods to observe the indirect effects of the interactions of a quantum graviton that we can do right now. For example, spotting the mediation of quantum entanglement by a gravitational field or a Cavendish experiment, but with exceptionally tiny masses. One of these methods may pan out very soon, or we may have to start astro-engineering our mega collider. Nature has set a last gigantic hurdle to understanding her deepest laws. We need to understand and then to find the graviton, and then will hold the building blocks of space-time. Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. Brilliant is where you learn by doing, with thousands of interactive lessons in physics, math, programming, and AI. Brilliant helps you build your critical thinking skills through problem solving, not memorizing. Each lesson starts by helping you master the foundations, then levels you up to increasingly challenging problems. And if you're into physics, Brilliant offers a calculus course designed to help you understand how physics works. In the calculus course, you'll begin with rates of change, explore derivatives, and work your way up to three-dimensional geometry. To try everything Brilliant has to offer, go to brilliant.org/spacetime or click the link in the description. Brilliant's also given our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Can increase the likelihood of a gravito-electric interaction is by increasing the number of gravitons in the right frequency range. So maybe we amp up the power of our SLC, or maybe we find a natural source of gravitons. The theoretical physicist Steven Weinberg calculated that there are potentially a huge quantity of high-frequency gravitons being emitted by the Sun. These are produced by electron-graviton interactions in the hot, dense core of the Sun. At the energy that we need, the Sun should produce about 10 to the power of 24 gravitons per second. This amounts to about 4 per square meter per second passing through the Earth's surface. You probably didn't notice the several that passed through you during just this sentence. The interaction cross-section for this is so small that these solar gravitons only interact with a particle of matter roughly once every billion years or so across the entire volume of the Earth. Now, we could build, say, a planet or even a star-sized detector and maybe get a detection every 1,000 years rather than every billion, but that still feels like an unsatisfying yield. We probably need actually a stronger source of gravitons than a mere entire star. The best option might be the collapsed core of a dead star. Robert Gould estimates that a hot white dwarf or a neutron star would emit, respectively, 100 and 100,000 times more gravitons than the Sun, although over a shorter timescale. So placing a star-sized detector near such a stellar remnant, many light years away, might get us a single graviton on a human timescale. Of course, the path to building such an experiment is far beyond human timescales, if it's possible at all. And if we were to somehow pull this off, we'd face an even more basic issue: neutrinos. These ghostly particles are notoriously hard to spot. Most of the Sun's neutrinos pass straight through the Earth, and we've built detectors out of the Antarctic ice cap to catch the occasional rare interaction. But by comparison to the shy graviton, the neutrino is a party animal. For any of our graviton sources, regardless of whether it's our Sun, the white dwarf, the neutron star, our detector will interact with 10 to the power of 34 neutrinos per single graviton. And distinguishing that graviton from the neutrino noise seems practically impossible. Let's try one more method that on the surface looks promising. In the 1960s, Mikhail Gertzenstein showed that electromagnetic and gravitational waves in a strong magnetic field can couple together. This is more promising than looking for interactions between gravitons and, say, electrons. EM and gravitational waves, which both travel at the speed of light, can experience wave resonance that allows energy to transfer between them at a much lower coupling strength than is needed for the absorption of a graviton by matter. This means a photon may be transformed into a graviton and vice versa. So, if we shoot a graviton through a magnetic field, it will oscillate between graviton states and photon states. This is called the Gertzenstein effect. Now, to do this, we need a long hollow tube threaded by a strong magnetic field pointed towards a source of gravitons. The hope is that some of those gravitons will turn into photons that we can detect. And as you may have guessed, the universe again conspires against us. The magnetic field needs to be quite strong for the Gertzenstein effect to work. How strong? Well, strong enough that we have spontaneous creation of matter-antimatter pairs inside the tube. The vacuum polarization resulting from this limits the coherence of EM waves in the tube, preventing resonance with gravitational waves and shutting down the Gertzenstein effect. So we are at strike 3 for detecting gravitons. It seems that the universe really doesn't want us to see its deeper structure. But is it really impossible, or just nearly impossible? In a couple of the cases we looked at, the answer is that it's impossible. The barrier to graviton detection seems fundamental. The formation of black holes, the breakdown of the vacuum, tells us that the laws of physics forbid graviton detection by these methods. But in other cases, it's just astonishingly difficult. We need star-sized graviton sources and detectors, and some yet unknown way to filter neutrinos. But next to impossible is still possible. I'm saying there's a chance. And maybe the problem is actually just that we haven't come up with a smart enough experiment yet. Or maybe we have. Since Dyson's 2012 lecture, we've detected gravitational waves directly, and we've made major advancements in quantum technology. This has inspired a new generation of physicists to come up with a new generation of proposals. For example, we may be able to combine the two broad approaches that I mentioned, using a LIGO-like interferometer combined with absorption of gravitons, this time by a detector with novel quantum properties. How does that work? Well, that's for an episode coming soon, when we'll find out how we really may be able to detect the particle at the heart of space-time. Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. Brilliant is where you learn by doing. With thousands of interactive lessons in physics, math, programming, and AI, Brilliant helps build your critical thinking skills through problem solving, not memorizing. Each lesson starts by helping you master the foundations, then levels you up to increasingly challenging problems. And if you're into computation, Brilliant offers a course in algorithmic thinking, designed to help you understand the computational science of algorithms. In the course, you'll tackle real programming challenges that teach you how to think through algorithmic design, strategy, and optimization. To try everything Brilliant has to offer, go to brilliant.org/spacetime or click the link in the description. Brilliant also gives our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. Some things really do seem to be impossible, like faster-than-light communication, or breaking the second law of thermodynamics, or learning the second law and not being forever haunted by the whisper of the heat death. The universe seems to conspire to thwart any attempt to do certain things. And for a while, it seemed like the quantum structure of space-time might be part of this forbidden knowledge. But now, research has found ways to trick the universe into revealing its quantum underbelly. We've got a couple of quick announcements before we start. First, our eternal battle against the algorithm continues. The best way to encourage YouTube to share our videos is to like and comment. Doing both really makes a difference. And if you're new here, subscribe, hit the bell, and introduce yourself in the comments. We're friendly. Next up, we're excited to launch our Composition of the Universe nickel and enamel pin, now with a holofoil backing. If you want to flex your knowledge of dark energy, dark matter, and the terrifyingly small slice of ordinary matter that you and our world is made of, check out our first pin of 2026. And if you prefer your mornings fueled by dark energy, we've also got a brand new dark energy mug. Plus, our UV Glow Kerr rotating black hole hoodies and shirts are still available. Everything is 10% off until February 9th. Links in the description. Now, onto the episode. Recently, we looked at whether nature has a hard rule against measuring the graviton, the quantum particle of gravity. By some approaches, directly glimpsing this building block of space-time seems fundamentally impossible. But we also saw that there are other methods that are just so stupidly difficult they might as well be impossible. They seem to involve using planet-sized graviton detectors and even stellar corpses as graviton sources. Sounds disheartening. Well, maybe we have to wait millennia until we can build our astro-engineering superstructures, or maybe we can just get cleverer today. In recent years, theoretical and experimental developments have made it possible to conjure up new ideas for detectors. One such possibility is the use of quantum sensing, outlined in a paper by Tobar, Manikandan, Badal, and Pikovsky, submitted to Nature in 2024. In the previous episode, we talked about a family of experiments that work by treating the graviton as any other particle. So rather than trying to detect its infinitesimal gravitational field, we instead try to spot a more direct interaction with another particle, similar to how we do with particle colliders. When we account for the extreme low probability of such an event, we found that we needed these planet-sized detectors and stellar graviton sources to even have a remote chance at it. In order to claim that we saw a quantum of gravity, these sorts of detectors require that the graviton interact with another quantum particle. Now, elementary quantum particles are tiny and gravity is incredibly weak. Combine these two and the graviton has only a minuscule chance of having a sufficiently head-on collision with such a particle to produce the sort of interactions that we need. Now, we can't do much about the weakness of gravity, but what if we can make a quantum particle bigger? What if we could make one that's human scale, that's macroscopic? That's what this new paper proposes with its resonant mass detector. It'd work like this. Cool a metal cylinder to as close as possible to absolute zero. In that state, there's almost no motion in the individual atoms in the crystal lattice. There's also almost no energy in the global oscillations of the metal in its vibrational modes. At sufficiently low temperature, those vibrational modes are quantum states. They increase in discrete steps, quantum jumps, just as an electron jumps up in discrete energy levels in an atom. These individual quantum vibrational modes are called phonons. They're like a quantum of sound. Now, these are going to be our macroscopic quantum particles, these phonons, and they will have a vastly larger cross-section or probability for interaction with the graviton than does a single electron. So, when a graviton passes by, there's a tiny but no longer unthinkably tiny chance that it'll excite a phonon. Then, using quantum sensing techniques, this phonon can in principle be detected. And that could be considered the detection of a graviton. There are, of course, one or two complications. To even get our cylinder into its vibrational ground state, it needs to be cooled to a small fraction of a single Kelvin, and I'll come back to the exact number and the plausibility later. But even having achieved that, most of the phonons generated in the detector will not be due to gravitons. The excitation energy of a single phonon is so small that any source of noise can produce one. That includes the thermal fluctuations that we are trying to minimize, but also seismic noise, cosmic rays, electromagnetic interference, internal material defects, and feedback from the device that we're using to measure these phonons. Try as hard as we might, it's not feasible to reduce noise to the level that gravitons are the main source of detected phonons. But what if somehow we had an independent way to know that a sudden flood of gravitons had passed by our detector at the very instant that a graviton was detected, and we knew that those gravitons were of the exact frequency as our excited phonon? Well, assuming that we got our noise down low enough, that would probably give us a lot more confidence that we'd actually succeeded in detecting a graviton. And this is the other brilliant part of this proposal. We actually have a way of doing just that. In 2015, we detected our first gravitational wave from merging black holes with LIGO. Since then, we've detected hundreds. If gravitons are real, then a gravitational wave really is just a coherent flood of many gravitons, similar to how a laser is a coherent beam of photons. A gravitational wave from a black hole merger might contain 10 to the power of 36 gravitons, and those gravitons will share the same well-defined frequency as the gravitational wave that they're part of. Now, this is starting to all come together. We build a cylinder with mass and dimensions to support a vibrational mode with frequency equal to an expected gravitational wave frequency. For a neutron star merger, like the ones we've seen with LIGO, a possible candidate would be a beryllium bar of about 15 kilograms. Alternatively, to detect a graviton from a black hole merger, a niobium bar weighing around 10 tons would have the right properties to be excited by a graviton with the right frequency, around 175 Hertz. The bar would then have to be cooled to 1 millikelvin. Now, this is colder than what we are currently able to achieve. At best, we can manage a few hundred millikelvin. Proposed experiments get us a bit closer, so this might be viable in the near future. Once the cylinder is attached to our phonon detector, we'll start to get frequent clicks of detection. Now, almost all of these will be due to the various sources of noise, but eventually an excitation will occur at the exact same time that LIGO detects a gravitational wave of the same frequency. And as long as the noisy excitations are rare enough that such a coincident detection is unlikely, then we can hope that we've actually detected a graviton. And this brings me to the other main hurdle, continually measuring what would be an extremely delicate system without ruining the precision of the measurement or the quantum state. Since we don't know when a gravitational wave is going to hit us, the experiment needs to run continuously, and it needs to very weakly monitor the cylinder, checking for an excitation. We're also not there yet with the quantum sensing technology needed to do the delicate continuous monitoring, but it's something that's maybe just decades away rather than millennia. Okay, so we build the detector, we detect the bar shift into a higher frequency level, and this coincides with a LIGO detection at the same frequency. Does that mean we've finally definitively detected a graviton? This is where things get a little muddy. If gravitons exist, then yes, the click was probably due to an actual graviton. But that's not the same thing as a formal discovery of gravitons, because there are ways that gravity could have made the click happen, even if gravitons don't exist at all. Now, to explain that, I want to go back to the phenomenon that started this whole forces as quantum fields business, the photoelectric effect, which is often described as providing proof of the existence of the photon. It goes like this. Take a pair of conducting plates with a gap between them and shine a laser at one plate. Energy from photons in the laser can be absorbed by electrons in the plate, allowing them to jump between the plates and resulting in a measurable current. Now apply a voltage across the gap, so the electrons need a minimum energy to make the crossing. Before we knew about photons, you might think that as long as the laser was bright enough, it could provide the needed energy to cause a current. But instead, we find that if the frequency of light is below a certain threshold, no electrons will jump the gap. It doesn't matter how bright you make the laser or how long you shine it for. Now, this makes sense if we say that 1. The EM field of the laser is made of individual chunks. 2. Those chunks have a specific energy defined by the frequency. And 3. An electron can absorb only a single chunk in order to make its jump between the plates. Low frequency light, no matter how intense, just doesn't contain photons with enough energy to cause a jump. This is the line of reasoning usually used to explain why the photoelectric effect constitutes the discovery of the photon. This is wrong. The photoelectric effect is really the discovery of quantum energy levels in electrons. That's because there is a way for a purely classical EM field to deliver its energy to enable a quantum jump. A classical field is able to deliver that energy in arbitrarily small portions. It doesn't do this by delivering tiny bits of energy over time, but rather by slowly increasing the quantum probability of a jump. It's technical, but the point is that the photoelectric effect didn't really constitute the discovery of photons, it discovered quantized energy levels in atoms. Okay, so why the tangent to the photoelectric effect? Because the same reasoning applies to our graviton experiment. The way I described it, a single graviton with the right frequency excites a phonon of the same frequency in the metal cylinder. But even if the gravitational field is not made of gravitons, if it's really classical, it can still excite that phonon by slowly increasing the excitation probability as long as it has the right frequency. Now, this is a subtle point. If gravitons exist, then the clicks from a resonant mass detector coinciding with the right gravitational wave are almost certainly graviton detections, which is amazing because we didn't need a planet-sized detector, but they don't prove that gravitons exist because there's another potential explanation. So how do we proceed? In the case of the photoelectric effect, we were able to prove the existence of photons with a much more sophisticated experiment that involved preparing the EM field so that it would be in a non-classical state, if it is indeed a non-classical field. For example, extremely low intensity lasers so that the plate is hit by just very few photons at a time. Then you can tell from the distribution of energies of excited electrons whether the EM field is fundamentally quantized or smooth and classical. And so, in principle, this can be done with gravitons too, except that now we're back to the realm of how the hell do we do this? There are no natural source of non-classical gravity, and certainly none of single gravitons. Now, we may still need to build a graviton source rather than relying on natural sources. So, are we back to the drawing board? Not quite. Our detector did just get an insane upgrade, and so the burden of the challenge now seems to lie in the graviton source, and perhaps some unexpected result will show up. Or we could actually go back to the drawing board and get even cleverer. A recent paper by Ralph Schutzold proposes an optical Weber bar instead of a solid resonant mass. In this experiment, you use laser pulses in an interferometer-like geometry so that a passing gravitational wave can transfer a tiny but lasting amount of energy to the light, which then shows up as a measurable phase shift. Unlike LIGO, which reads out a phase change caused by changes in the arm length as the wave is passing, this scheme aims to convert the gravitational wave's time-dependent modulation into a permanent frequency and energy shift of the photons, and then amplify the resulting phase difference over a much longer period of time. In graviton language, that net energy exchange could be described as stimulated emission or absorption of gravitons by the light, an analogy of stimulated processes in quantum optics. So it's kind of like lasing the gravitational wave itself, although the effect is observed in the light, not in the gravitational waves. As with the resonant mass detector, the energy transfer alone wouldn't be enough to prove that gravity is quantized, but this scheme offers a way to at least see the signature of quantum gravity. If the light is prepared in a strongly non-classical state, then energy conservation ties the photon state to the gravitational field's own energy. and this could put the gravitational wave into an actual quantum superposition, which would reveal itself in aspects of the phase of the interferometer beam. And if a gravitational wave could be in a quantum superposition, then it must be quantum. The baseline optical Weber bar might actually be feasible with present-day interferometric tools, while the genuinely quantum gravity-sensitive version demands a much more extreme quantum state preparation and readout, and is even further away than the resonant mass detector. So yeah, the universe wanted us to believe that we could never hope to glimpse the quantum nature of gravity. Like it's embarrassed or something to have us peer too deeply under its kilt to see how the sausage is made. And while it's going to be a long time before we can both catch a graviton and be sure that we caught one, there are some brilliant experiments that we could do much sooner, in some cases now-ish, that may let us tease the quantum out of the classical seeming fabric of space-time. Thank you to Brilliant for supporting PBS. Brilliant is designed to help learners improve in math and computer science with visual interactive problem solving and personalized practice. It starts you at a personalized level based on your background, designs practice sets, and reviews your comprehension, and allows you to advance at your pace. Each lesson starts by helping you master the foundations and offers a mix of interactive problems, motivating challenges, and encouragement to keep you moving forward. And if you're into math, Brilliant offers a course on quadratics, where you'll learn to work fluently with quadratic expressions and equations. In the course, you'll tackle everything from multiplying expressions to factoring expressions to solving quadratic equations. To learn for free on Brilliant for a full 30 days, go to brilliant.org/spacetime or click the link in the description. Brilliant's also given our viewers 20% off an annual premium subscription, which gives you unlimited daily access to everything on Brilliant. Thank you to Novium, the team behind the Hoverpen, for supporting PBS. Around 2 billion years ago, life had plateaued in complexity, ruined the atmosphere, and was on the verge of self-annihilation. But then something strange and potentially extremely lucky happened that enabled endless new evolutionary paths. The first eukaryote cell was born. This may also explain why there are no aliens. Hey everyone, before we get started, 2 quick announcements. First, we did our first Patreon livestream interview with Dr. Matt Kaplan, and if you haven't seen it yet, there's an unlisted link in the community tab and in the description. Join us on Patreon if you'd like to participate and ask questions in our next scientist conversation. Next, our merch for May. It's time for you to choose a side. You can selfishly maintain your own thermal equilibrium at the cost of hastening the heat death of the universe with our Entropy Strikes Back t-shirt or sweatshirt. Or you could join the resistance, signaling your opposition to entropy with our smart thermos. But chaos is the natural order, and so these items, along with last year's The Force Equals Mass Times Acceleration tee, will only be available in May on the merch store. Maybe you believe that the aliens are here, that they're watching us, waiting till we're ready, or that they're in the government, or are the government, or saw us and just left in disgust. But in lieu of any credible evidence, it's more rational to default to the null hypothesis that the Milky Way galaxy is not swarming with technological species. But That fact is surprising in light of everything we know about the huge numbers of potential places life could have arisen and the many, many millions of years head start some of that life would have had on Earth. This crude statistical calculus is the heart of the Fermi paradox, articulated by Enrico Fermi with his "Where is everybody?" And that was in 1950, long before we knew about the 10 billion plus Earth analogues in the Milky Way alone. As surprising as the so-called Great Silence may seem, there's a reason for it. We just don't know what it is. There has to be something wrong with our simplistic calculation that aliens should be common. That something, or somethings, is often called a great filter. There's one or more steps in the transition from promising but non-living planet to galaxy-spanning civilization that is so improbable that very few potential civilizations complete the journey. That great filter may be ahead of us. Maybe plenty of planet-spawned 21st century style civilizations, but almost all go extinct or fall quiet before revealing themselves to the galaxy. That sounds scary. But we also have reason for optimism that the great filter is in our past. That we, humanity, are one of the few to survive a brutal evolutionary gauntlet, and that we look towards a future unmarred by a statistical dead end. A past great filter is some event in the development of life and civilization that is so improbable that it almost never happens. This could be the initial formation of simple single-cellular life from a chemical soup, abiogenesis, or it could be some step in the transition from simple to complex life and eventually to intelligent life. On Earth, life started surprisingly early, within the first 10% of the planet's life at the most. This suggests that there's a high probability that life will form given reasonable conditions, otherwise we'd expect it to have taken more of Earth's 4.5 billion year history to take that first step. In that case, simple life may be very common in the universe, and we're quick to find hope of this in, for example, the organic molecules that we find on space rocks, which we talked about recently, or in the very tentative detections of possible biosignatures in exoplanet atmospheres. Although life on Earth formed quickly, it took the subsequent 3.5 billion years to get humans. And now we have at most 1 billion years left before the warming of the sun renders Earth uninhabitable. If life formed late, we may have emerged just in time to watch the oceans evaporate. So maybe an early abiogenesis is necessary, even if abiogenesis itself is a low probability event. This is an idea from David Kipping and his Cool Worlds lab, and David has a fantastic video on his channel. But let's pretend for a moment that simple life really is easy to form given the right conditions, and therefore is common throughout the galaxy. If we want an early great filter, we have to look elsewhere for our unlikely event. There are a few obvious seeming candidates. Any of the mass extinction events that wiped out most life could instead have wiped out all life. But no, we keep getting hit by asteroids and extreme volcanism and maybe even supernovae and gamma ray bursts, and we just bounce back. Perhaps then the transition from unicellular to multicellular life was a colossal fluke, and so most planets are covered in slime molds and not much else. But actually, multicellular life evolved independently several times, so it can't be that unlikely. But there is one innocuous seeming step in the evolutionary path that definitely only happened once, and so is a candidate for a colossal fluke. It's the formation of the first eukaryote cell. It was this event that enabled a massive increase in complexity of life, including the transition to multicellularity. It made life diverse enough to survive the current and ensuing catastrophes and to fill all corners and ecological niches of the planet. Eukaryogenesis has been talked about as a great candidate for a great filter, but there's a recent study that makes it even clearer how game-changing this one event really was. So let's see how a freak accident of biology can explain why we don't see aliens. Just over 2 billion years ago, two cataclysms hit the Earth. The evolution of photosynthesis in cyanobacteria led to this green slime covering the planet. We still see the fossils of these algae beds. The byproduct of photosynthesis is oxygen, and after some hundreds of millions of years, the respirating slime filled Earth's atmosphere with oxygen for the first time. This great oxidation event killed nearly everything, which in turn may have precipitated the next cataclysms, a glaciation event exceeding any later ice age, leading to a snowball Earth epoch. Together, these events placed colossal stress on the life at the time, which was still exclusively prokaryotic, single-celled life, bacteria and archaea. And that may have been the end of life's brief tenure on Earth were it not for one incredible adaptation. Around this time, a lone archaeon, probably a stressed out one, happened to absorb a bacterium. Perhaps with the aim of digesting it, or maybe the bacterium was some sort of parasite, but the bacterium not only survived and thrived inside the protective environment of the archaeon, but it provided a surprising benefit for its host. See, the archaeon was anaerobic. Rather than metabolizing oxygen, free oxygen was poisonous to it, which was becoming increasingly problematic as atmospheric oxygen levels spiked. On the other hand, the bacterium was aerobic. Energy likely came from oxidizing organic forms of carbon. Together, by incorporating the bacterium, this archaeon gained its powers. This was an absolute revolution in energy production, for reasons I'll get to. This would have started as a symbiotic relationship between two separate life forms, more specifically endosymbiosis, which is when one party lives inside the other. But over generations, the archaeon and the bacterium exchanged genes, learned to reproduce together, and eventually became a single organism, the first eukaryote cell, with the bacterium shedding genes until its entire function was energy production, and it became what we now know as mitochondria. The importance of this wasn't just to enable survival in an oxygen-poisoned environment. Life was approaching the limit of its ability to adapt to changing environments, because cells were near the limit of complexity. In general, larger cells can incorporate larger genomes and so support more complexity, but larger cells also require more energy, and that energy requirement scales with the volume of the cell. But energy production requires the exchange of electric charge with the environment, and so the amount of energy that can be produced is a function of the surface area of the cell. As cell size increases to enable more complexity, the energy requirement increases with the cube of the radius, but energy production only with the square of the radius. That means there's a maximum size a cell should be able to reach before it can no longer power its own activity. But the eukaryote obliterated that barrier by incorporating mitochondria. Now energy production was limited by mitochondrial surface area. The multiple wrinkly mitochondria in a single eukaryote can have a surface area greatly exceeding that of the parent cell. And with their needs so fully met in this new stable environment, these once bacteria could completely devote their time and genomes to energy production. With enormous new energy reserves, the eukaryote could afford to grow its body and its genome, leading to an unprecedented proliferation of new life forms. Biologist Nick Lane calls this an evolutionary Big Bang due to the sudden explosion in complexity that followed eukaryogenesis. And to double down on the astro analogies, Lane also refers to the events surrounding the formation of the first eukaryote as the black hole at the heart of biology, because there's a hole in our understanding of the evolutionary steps between the three great branches of the tree of life. For example, we're unclear on which of the many unique features of the modern eukaryote came before and which came after the first incidence of endosymbiosis. That also means we don't know how fundamental a shift this really was, and so whether it's really a good candidate for a great filter. But the new study by Enrique Muro and collaborators may shed light on this. It turns out that around the same time as the great oxygenation and subsequent snowball Earth catastrophes, along with the maxed out cell size crisis, there may have been a sort of computational crisis, a bottleneck in evolution's ability to find molecular machinery to solve the mounting challenges of a changing environment. And the solution to this issue coincided with the formation of the first eukaryote, and so may add a critical detail to why this event was so important. Here's a summary of the study. These researchers looked at gene length and protein length for over 6,500 species to study how both of these increase compared to each other, and also how increasing gene and protein length corresponds to when that species emerged on the evolutionary tree of life. The latter is considered to be a proxy for evolutionary advancement and complexity. For simple life forms like prokaryotes, bacteria and archaea, they found that gene and protein length track each other. It seems that over time, genes got longer and so coded longer proteins. The longer the protein, the more possibilities for its mechanical function, enabling more complexity in the cellular machinery. This part isn't surprising. For prokaryotes, almost all genes code for proteins. They're read off codon by codon to construct proteins, amino acid by amino acid. These proteins then fold into various forms to become the molecular machinery and genetic regulators of the cell. But as evolutionary time went on, a phase transition seems to have occurred. Genes continued to grow, but protein lengths capped out at around 500 amino acids and didn't get much longer. So what exactly happened? Why did protein length suddenly become decoupled from gene length? It seems that it was due to what the authors of this study call an algorithmic phase transition. As I mentioned, prior to this decoupling, DNA was almost entirely used for protein coding, and proteins were the machinery and managers of cell construction and operation. That means that the development of complexity was tied to the rate at which evolution could find new and useful proteins. Finding a useful protein means both finding an ordering of amino acids and finding a useful folding of that sequence into molecular machinery. But the number of ways to fold a protein grows exponentially with protein length. By the time evolution had explored the space of possible proteins up to a few hundred amino acids in length, it started to become computationally infeasible to continue to explore the space of large protein folding. So, although it was still possible to find novel uses for current proteins, finding new proteins now took longer than the evolutionary timescale. In other words, by the time new useful proteins emerged, they were no longer relevant. It makes sense that protein length stopped increasing at this point, but this new research shows that gene length continued to grow. So what was all this extra genetic material doing if not coding for proteins? We've known for a long time that most of the DNA of complex life is in the form of these non-coding sequences. They play various roles. There are sequences that code for RNA molecules that play other roles besides protein transcription. There are regulatory elements that promote or suppress the transcription of nearby genes. There are introns which allow gene sequences to be spliced during transcription in flexible ways. And there's a bunch of stuff that may do nothing or may serve functions that we don't yet understand. In a modern eukaryote, only a small fraction of the genome directly codes for proteins compared to most of the genome for prokaryotes. So, what happened to allow this radical shift? In essence, life found a new way to regulate protein transcription and general gene expression that did not depend on the proteins themselves. If DNA is a sort of computer, then life just found a much more efficient operating system. Among other things, this enabled a massive improvement in life's ability to search the possible space of useful proteins and in the regulation of when and where these proteins are transcribed. And according to this study, this algorithmic phase shift happened around 2 billion years ago, corresponding to the emergence of the eukaryote cell, and at the beginning of the rapid increase in complexity that followed. So let me recap and bring it back to what this has to do with the Fermi paradox. We have a biosphere that's capped out in its ability to evolve. Cells have reached the maximum size for energetic reasons, and DNA has reached the limit of its ability to explore the space of new protein function and regulation, so we're at the energetic and computational limit. And then, at around the same time, both problems are solved with the integration of mitochondria into an archaea, and with the upgrading of the DNA algorithm. Which happened first isn't clear, Perhaps solving the energy problem enabled the larger genomes needed to stumble on the algorithmic solution.
This is the most flagrantly, staggeringly, obscenely corrupt thing that Trump has ever done in office. I have in my hand what purports to be the settlement of Trump's claims against the IRS for the disclosure of his tax agreements. That is a lie. That is a fraud on the American people. What Trump is doing here is creating an illegal fund of billions of dollars to pay out whomever he chooses, including and especially the traitors who breached the Capitol and tried to overturn the election to turn it over in Trump's favor. My blood is boiling. This is a new low for this administration. And this is an administration that has been rife with corruption and illegality, but this is probably the worst thing that they have done so far. Now, suffice to say, the president cannot take taxpayer money and give it to whomever he wants. But this unbelievably, ironically named anti-weaponization fund is exactly that. He's going to pay out his friends, his family, and domestic terrorists. And that's just who we know about. I'm frankly running out of adjectives. This is theft. This is corruption. This is treason. If he gets away with this, there are simply no more limits, at least with respect to what Trump can do with taxpayer money. If he can pay out billions with a B to his cronies without any real oversight, I don't know, are we done as a country? At best, this is Orban-esque. But this is frankly verging into Putin territory. And of course, the corruption cherry on top of the corruption sundae is that Trump is personally ending and forbearing all audits and suits into his businesses and his family's finances. Oh, and the government is issuing him an apology as well. Wonderful. Now, we're talking about this as if it is a legal settlement to the claims that he had against the government that he has control over. But it is not. This is not a settlement. This has about as much to do with a legal settlement as a shoehorn has to do with a French horn. I'm reluctant to even talk about the legalities or the legal aspects of this because there's nothing legal about this. There was no process here. There was no judicial review. There was no decision by a fact finder or a jury. This is simply Trump taking power and paying it out to whomever he wants to. That being said, the fig leaf that they are using to cover up their own manifest corruption and illegality is that this was related to a demand that Trump had for $10 billion related to the 2020 disclosure of his tax returns by a contractor at the IRS. Now, we are in the process of writing and filming a video that goes into much more detail about the legal aspects and really more relevant here, the illegal aspects of what's happening. That's going to come out in a few days. But suffice to say, Trump's suit was unbelievably bogus. Again, you can sue anyone for anything and claim that you're entitled to however much money you want, but in that case, in the best of circumstances, a disclosure of those kinds of tax returns would be limited to $1,000 per disclosure, and the statute of limitations is 2 years, which has long since elapsed. Oh, and by the way, the president who was in control of the IRS at the time that those tax returns were disclosed was President Trump himself. Oh, and the irony here is that yes, while leaking tax returns is illegal, the only reason the American people didn't already have Trump's tax returns is that he refused to turn them over like every single other presidential candidate does as a matter of course when they run for president. And of course, which he pledged to eventually release and never did. But he was probably withholding them because he was looking down the barrel of hundreds of millions of dollars of fines related to his tax crimes, including double dipping. Crimes which he has now given himself immunity. And those crimes and the tax crimes of his family members and businesses were not even part of his suit against the IRS. He's just throwing them in because why not? The New York Times is reporting that the IRS actually issued a 20-page report on how bogus this suit was. This suit was a joke, and frankly, on this channel, we treated it as such because it was so stupid and so brazen. And frankly, we thought the worst that was going to come from it was that it was just going to be tossed out of court and it was going to waste taxpayer resources. My God, how wrong we were. But what became legitimately interesting is that the judge in that case realized that there was a problem. Trump was not only the plaintiff in this case, but also the defendant. He controlled the IRS and the Department of Justice. And so the judge appointed what are called amici to discuss whether there was something called a case in controversy. You can't just sue yourself. You can't collude with a friend to sue over something and get a payout when there's no real controversy and there's no adversity. And the judge correctly realized that, and because the Trump Department of Justice couldn't be trusted to actually defend that suit, they appointed an amici to discuss that particular issue. Oh, and by the way, the entire lodestone of right-wing judicial theory right now rests on what's called the unitary executive theory, which purports that there is no distinction between the president and anyone in the executive branch, which even by that particular theory meant that Trump was suing himself and absolutely could not have recovered from the public coffers from his bogus BS case. But the fact that Trump sued himself as the sitting president is a scandal in and of itself. The fact that the interim head of the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, is Trump's personal lawyer who should have been conflicted out of that position, that is a scandal. The fact that we even got to this point alone shows us how low the bar has gotten. Trump's lawsuit had about as much legal basis as your average sovereign citizen nonsense who claims that they can drive a car without a license or isn't required to pay taxes. As you can tell, I'm angry. And what's worse is that right-wing news sources are simply ignoring this because it is absolutely indefensible. But honestly, I don't think people understand how bad this really is. This settlement creates a slush fund that will be controlled by a 5-member board, which of course is appointed by Trump. He can add or remove members as he sees fit. There will effectively be no oversight whatsoever. And by the terms of this settlement, they can basically choose to hand out money to whomever they want under whatever criteria they want. And you can bet that they will pay out whoever Trump wants. There are no real guardrails here. This is pure patronage for a king. The language allows the board to pay whoever they want. They can pay Trump if he wants to, under any criteria. But make no mistake, President Trump is raping the public treasury for his own gratification. And this slush fund agreement, it's a troll. It purports to claim that Trump is not being paid out. But if you give someone an account with billions of dollars in it and they have control as to how it's paid, even if that account isn't in their name, if they have sole control over it, it's their money. And that's exactly what they've done here. Now, we don't know exactly who will be compensated. I mean, it's not even compensation. Bribed? But we do know for sure that it will include some or all of the January 6ers, the terrorists who tried to overthrow the government. Of course, they were pardoned, and that is an unfathomable scandal alone, but effectively what this committee is going to do is they are going to pay out the people who tried to overthrow the government to put Trump in power. These are convicted criminals. The fact that they were later pardoned by Trump doesn't change the fact that these are treasonous pieces of excrement who tried to stab our democracy in its heart. Trump has already paid out millions of dollars to traitors like Michael Flynn, who filed another bogus lawsuit. But this doesn't even require people to file a lawsuit. You can bet that some or all of the people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th are going to get massive paydays. Now, in a press release, Todd Blanche said that the settlement fund was going to include $1776 billion to pay out whomever this committee wants. And of course, everyone in the media breathlessly reported that as the number, approximately $1.8 billion with a B dollars to convicted criminals, among other people that Trump wants to give patronage to. But here's the thing. Nowhere in this settlement does it mention that dollar amount. And the particular fund that they're pulling from, one of the DOJ's settlement funds, is an ongoing appropriation, but there's not necessarily a limit. And certainly there is no limit in this settlement agreement that limits them to $1.8 billion. And like I said, the terms are so ambiguous that they can pay out whoever they want. $1 billion for Don Jr.? Sure, he was targeted by lawfare. $500 million for election tampering Tina Peters? Great. She was pardoned. $10 billion for the Republican National Convention? Of course. $1 billion for rebuilding Trump Tower? Why not? Of course, Obama did something that requires remuneration. $800 million for Russian hackers? Absolutely. Step right up and get the money. Just make up a claim that says you were targeted by some past administration. There is absolutely no real criteria that is enforceable, and it's just going to be whatever Trump wants and whomever Trump wants to give money to. He's going to pay some of the people who invaded the Capitol and tried to turn the election in his favor, and he might be prepaying the next people. He could say, hey, as long as you use this money to go buy a bunch of AR-15s and be in Washington next January 6th, great, go out and do it. As if pardoning the people who committed crimes for Trump's benefit weren't bad enough. Now he's going to pay people to do it in the future. I simply do not have words for this. These people are brown shirts. They are Nazis. They are Trump's personal Praetorian Guard, and now they get taxpayer funding. Congratulations. And even if it were limited just to $1.8 billion, that is a staggering amount of money. With that, you could fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and Voice of America and still have enough left over to fully fund the National Endowment for the Arts. I think it's hard for lay people to grasp just how much money a single $1 billion, let alone $1.8 billion, let alone an unlimited amount of money that is not defined in the settlement agreement. And this was always the plan. They have been discussing a payout for the January 6ers for over a year. They just happened to use this as a vehicle for maximum secrecy and a fig leaf of a legal process. Under the terms of this agreement, all of this will be confidential. There will be no accountability to the American people. We will not know who gets this money if this is allowed to go through. We won't know how much money they get. At most, there will be a report given to Todd Blanche as the acting head of the Department of Justice, but he is not bound, nor do I ever expect that he would release any of those reports in the future. And of course, this whole commission expires right before the next president takes power. I mean, I probably don't need to tell you that all of this is flagrantly illegal. The general counsel for the U.S. Treasury, who was appointed by Trump and confirmed by a Republican Senate, resigned as a result of this incredible document of corruption. But yes, I will make the obvious point. This is illegal. This kind of action would require an appropriation from Congress, which it obviously does not have. The Anti-Deficiency Act, which we've talked about a lot, and which Trump has violated uncounted number of times, makes it a felony to dole out money that has not been appropriated by Congress. And no, I don't believe that the appropriation of the Department of Justice covers what they are trying to do with this document. But let me put this on record to anyone who might be working in the government, who might be tempted to follow through with this settlement. Providing any funds as a result of this settlement is a felony, and every single person involved in the distribution of those funds can and should go to jail as a result. And in fact, on behalf of the American people, I think we need to demand of the next Congress that should be a pledge of every single member of Congress, that they will put anyone in the executive branch who had a hand in this, that they go to jail. This is honestly 10 times worse than Watergate. French aristocrats found their necks in a guillotine for far less than this. This is not hyperbole. It's really this bad. We should all be in the streets on this one. I just don't know what else to say. I hope you're angry, because I certainly am. We are suing the government. Again, this time to prevent Trump from destroying the national security documents and other documents that he stole away to Mar-a-Lago, and to make sure that he follows the Presidential Records Act. Jeez, can a lawyer get a break? And huge news, we already got an incredible victory that's going to reverberate across the entire country. Yes, on April 1st, Trump's Office of Legal Counsel served up a memo so laughably bad that the internet assumed it was an April Fool's prank. Trump's concierge over at the OLC declared that the Presidential Records Act is now straight up unconstitutional. In its 45 years of existence, no president has ever explicitly challenged the constitutionality of the PRA, but in its April Fool's memo, OLC unilaterally claimed to overrule the Supreme Court precedent, negated decades of legal policies and traditions, and declared that now Trump owns all of the White House documents. And of course, the upshot is no one in the White House has to preserve documents or turn them over after the presidency ends. He can straight up destroy every single document if he wants to.
I think we've been the most transparent administration in the history of our country.
Now you might be wondering, why would the most transparent administration in history try to argue it has the right to destroy presidential records? What could they possibly have to hide? Well, we were wondering the same thing, and we were a little worried that they might accidentally delete or disappear some important records. So we did what lawyers do best. We filed a motion and asked the judge to intervene. And guess what the judge just signed? Allow me to read. It is hereby ordered that defendant, the National Archives and Records Administration, shall preserve all records of President Trump's first administration in defendant's custody, and further ordered that defendant shall also apply this order to any records of President Trump's first administration of which defendant obtains custody after the date of this order, and further ordered that this order shall expire when all 4 above-captioned cases have terminated. So ordered, Theodore Chung, United States District Judge. So the judge ordered NARA to preserve all records from Trump's first administration while this case is ongoing, which means no shredding, no accidental deletions, no disappearing documents. But this is just the beginning. In a few minutes, I'll be joined by our attorney, Kel McClanahan, to explain what we filed, why we filed it, and how we forced the current Trump administration to preserve the records that they're actively trying to destroy. But before we get into it, in addition to trying to destroy the PRA, you might have also heard that the Trump administration is trying to destroy your ability to pay off your student loans at low rates. Now, if your private student loans are in default or you're struggling with payments, the sponsor of this portion of today's video, YRefi, is an excellent refinancing solution. What makes YRefi stand out to us is how truly student loan borrower friendly they are. Monthly payments are built around what you can actually afford, and the rates are fixed from 1% to 5.99%, so you never have to guess what your payment will be each month, which is basically unheard of for private student loans. There's no minimum FICO score required, bad credit will never disqualify you, and they even offer a Skip 12 program if you ever need to skip payments for any reason. And if you have a parent or a cosigner on your student loans, YRefi can help with that too through their cosigner release program. Plus, you always talk to a real human in the United States whenever you call. So refinancing with YRefi could save you thousands to tens of thousands of dollars over the course of your loan repayment and give you the invaluable peace of mind of fixed low monthly payments. So click or scan to talk to YRefi today, or I'll see you in court. But first, a little background on the Presidential Records Act and OLC's most absurd legal memo yet. Now, the phrase worse than Watergate has lost a lot of meaning, but Watergate is the reason why Trump is trying to blow up the laws that demand government transparency. At the time, Congress and the American people were horrified by Nixon's corruption. He was threatened to be impeached and has been the butt of jokes ever since. And Nixon didn't stop trying to hide his misdeeds once he left office. On his way out of office, Nixon made a cozy deal with the administrator of the General Services that would allow Nixon to order the destruction or withholding of his presidential records, including those infamous tape recordings. Now, this was back when Congress actually legislated, and when they heard about this, they were so appalled that they passed a bill specifically targeted at Nixon and his records. In 1974, Congress passed the precursor to the Presidential Records Act called the Presidential Recordings and Materials Preservation Act. The day after President Ford signed the act, Nixon filed a lawsuit arguing that the Presidential Records and Materials Preservation Act was unconstitutional. He claimed that the act violated the separation of powers and executive privilege because it, quote, encroaches upon the presidential prerogative to control internal operations of the presidential office and therefore offends the autonomy of the executive branch. And the court concluded that the act didn't meaningfully impede the president because the executive branch, through the administrator of General Services, maintained control over the president's documents, and Nixon's successor, President Ford, had essentially waived the executive branch's separation of powers argument by signing the act into law. And the court also rejected Nixon's arguments about executive privilege. Executive privilege is the doctrine that allows the executive to withhold some documents from outside parties, including the other two branches of the government and the public. And the court disagreed, saying that there were important policy reasons why executive privilege, quote, survives the individual president's tenure, because executive privilege gives White House staff the ability to candidly discuss issues. It is, quote, not for the benefit of the president as an individual, but for the benefit of the republic. Now, the Presidential Records and Materials Preservation Act was designed to only apply to Nixon. But now that the Supreme Court has given its blessing, Congress decided to apply the same principles to all future presidents. So in 1978, Congress passed the Presidential Records Act at 44 U.S.C. Section 22, which established that official White House records, including records of the president, vice president, and a handful of other White House offices, are public property. The president, quote, shall take all such steps as may be necessary to preserve official records, and when the president leaves office, they must hand over their records to the National Archives. Now, the National Archives, an executive branch agency, then preserves the records and makes them available to the public. The law allows temporary up to 12-year restrictions for things like national security or confidential advice. And the National Archives regulation at 36 CFR 1270 creates a formal process to protect privileged materials. When the archivist decides to publicly disclose presidential records for the first time, they have to notify the current and former president. Either the current or former president can then assert privileges. And if the current president asserts the privilege, or both presidents agree that it applies, the archivist has to abide by that. And if only the former president asserts privilege and the current president doesn't back that up, then the materials are publicly disclosed unless the former president can get a court order upholding the privilege. And the PRA also includes a specific carve-out for privilege in 44 U.S.C. Section 2204C2, which states that, quote, nothing in this act shall be construed to confirm, limit, or expand any constitutionally based privilege which may be available to an incumbent or former president. So, for all important constitutional purposes, the PRA passes the test set in Nixon versus Administrator of General Services. Like the Presidential Records and Materials Preservation Act before it, the PRA gives custody of presidential records to another executive branch agency, the National Archives. And it respects executive privilege because it allows the current president to continue to assert executive privilege, even over documents that had belonged to the prior president. And it also explicitly preserves the former president's potential privilege claims. If the current president doesn't uphold that privilege claim, the former president can go to court and get an order preventing release, and the archivist must respect that. But most importantly, the documents have to be preserved either way. For nearly 50 years, through 8 administrations, including Trump's first term, no one challenged the Presidential Records Act. Sure, some presidents, including Trump, tried to cut corners with records preservation, but no one dared to claim that the act itself was unconstitutional. until April Fool's Day 2026. Now, we've talked a lot about the Office of Legal Counsel, or OLC, on this channel. It is the branch of the DOJ that provides authoritative legal advice to the president and executive agencies. It reviews executive orders, regulations, and other significant actions to ensure that they are consistent with the Constitution and federal law. Its formal opinions are not law, but are treated within the executive branch as binding interpretations unless overruled by the Attorney General or the President. And the OLC used to be an extremely prestigious place to work and could and would push back on executive overreach. Maybe not all the time, but definitely sometimes. Though the OLC is not and has never been a neutral arbiter of the law, they've been criticized as being designed to spit out legal justifications for the president's decisions. They are, as former OLC leader Jack Goldsmith put it, quote, famously promiscuously permissive. And over the years, much to its shame, OLC has blessed torture, warrantless wiretapping, and boat strikes on disabled crafts. They've claimed that wars aren't actually wars, they've decided that agency heads can stop legal whistleblowers from blowing the whistle, and they've justified targeted drone strikes on U.S. citizens abroad. But compliance with past presidents' agendas is nothing compared to the OLC of today. To the extent the office hasn't been completely sidelined, it has been increasingly filled with absolute political hacks. To wit, the April 1st memo opened with the bold declaration that, quote, the PRA is unconstitutional for two independent but interlocking reasons. It exceeds Congress's enumerated and implied powers, and it aggrandizes the legislative branch at the expense of the constitutional independence and autonomy of the executive. OLC then spent many pages laying out its main argument that until the Presidential Recordings and Materials Preservation Act was passed, presidential records were always subject to the whims of presidents. Now, we always used to do it this way is not real legal argument, and it's not particularly persuasive. We used to do a lot of things that are now considered terrible and unlawful. But since the most relevant Supreme Court precedent, Nixon versus Administrator of General Services, directly contradicts OLC's conclusion here, the OLC attorneys had to resort to whatever anecdotal historical precedent they could find. So according to OLC, quote, over the first 2 centuries of the American experiment in self-governance, presidents owned and controlled presidential papers, and Congress obtained such papers through political negotiation and interbranch accommodation rather than as a matter of right. So essentially, Congress could ask for presidential papers, and depending on the mood of the president, he could either turn over some of the papers, all the papers, or none of the papers. Now, OLC notes that during the first 200 years of U.S. history, quote, Congress routinely bargained for and purchased presidential papers for fancy sums. So OLC's vision is for Congress to pay huge amounts of money to access presidential records. That is a pretty convenient way to monetize the presidency, I guess. And I wonder if Congress could pay in meme coin. OLC admitted, though, that there was a cost to this disorganized approach. Quote, there is lost to public records some of the most interesting documents of governmental origin bearing on the history of an administration, but according to OLC, the important thing is that the executive power was preserved. And OLC concluded that, quote, for these reasons the PRA is unconstitutional and the president need not further comply with its dictates. Which conveniently gives this administration permission to keep storing documents in the bathroom of Mar-a-Lago, or just to destroy them entirely. Now, we think it's unlikely that OLC's legal arguments will hold up to any scrutiny, even under this Supreme Court, but presidents haven't historically taken document preservation and management very seriously. So I think we can be forgiven for assuming that the president is already getting out the shredder and the burn bin. And hey, speaking of preserving records, police body cam footage has now become one of the most popular genres of entertainment on YouTube. And Lindsay Ellis made a fascinating expose about how this is reshaping the public's relationship with law enforcement. It's definitely worth checking out, but the only place you can see it is Nebula, who sponsored this portion of today's video. Nebula is a streaming service where you can watch tons of exclusive content from us and hundreds of your favorite creators ad-free and early. In fact, every video we make contains additional legal analysis on Nebula that you can't find anywhere else. And if you use my link or code, you can get 50% off an annual subscription. So that's a year's worth of the best content for only $30, or you can get 40% off a lifetime of Nebula. You can pay once for $300 and then never again. It truly is the best deal of all. Either way, click or scan now to continue watching Legal Eagle on Nebula, or I'll see you in court. So on April 13th, we filed a motion to try to stop him. Now, sometimes even lawyers need lawyers, and today I'm joined by our lawyer, Kel McClanahan of National Security Counselors.
Happy to be here, as always.
So, Kel, why did we file suit, and why are we seeking these particular documents?
Well, as events have demonstrated, what happened at Mar-a-Lago with the classified and national defense records is of a significant amount of public interest. So we went, and after the 5 years had passed, after which you can ask for presidential records through FOIA, we filed a bunch of FOIA requests, including one for all of the records that were returned from Mar-a-Lago or seized by the FBI when they searched Mar-a-Lago, because we were afraid that if they did not get requested and if they did not get into the public arena, they would vanish into a memory hole of Donald Trump's creation.
Hey guys, future me here to explain the order that we actually got from the court. Now, as Kel explained, we asked the court to protect a set of records, the ones sent back to Mar-a-Lago. Now, rather than fight this out, the government agreed to our proposed order preserving all of the documents while we fight out the rest of the case. And the court issued a sweeping order preserving all records from Trump's first administration in the custody of the National Archives, and even any records they received going forward. Now, to be clear, this doesn't mean that we're going to get the documents that we're requesting, but it is a first step. And of course, everyone was worried that the administration would just simply destroy all of the records. It seems like that was what they were trying to do. And of course, it's one thing to take an aggressive interpretation of the law, but it is an entirely other thing to actively go against a court order ordering you to do something extremely clear. So a preservation order is a necessary first step. It just means that they have to keep everything intact while the case plays out. No deleting, no shredding, and no, we couldn't find it. It freezes the evidence in place while the case plays out. Yeah, that sounds bad. So what letter did you file with the court and why?
Well, in light of this OLC opinion, we became concerned that Trump or the government would rely on it to destroy presidential records that we had requested, on the theory that they were no longer bound by the PRA because it was unconstitutional. We specifically called out the records that Trump and the White House communications director said had been returned to Mar-a-Lago, and said that we needed the judge to issue a preservation order that would require them not to destroy the records that we wanted. Now, normally we would use a motion to do this, but due to this judge's standing order, we had to write a letter notice summarizing the matter, and we will file a motion later if it becomes necessary.
Now, in our letter, you talk about how the DOJ's April 1st memorandum shattered the presumption of regularity. What does that term mean? Why is it important?
So you hear this a lot. The presumption of regularity, also called the presumption of good faith, is a doctrine in federal court that says that in the absence of contrary evidence, a federal court has to presume that a federal agency or official operated legally. The idea is basically that once you're in the public trust and once you're working for the government, you would never lie because it would be against the public interest. As you can tell from the tone of voice, it's always been a little iffy on the edges, but in the past year, courts have really started to question it or just refuse to apply it outright for obvious reasons. In this case, I argued that OLC's opinion, saying that Trump can do whatever he wants because the PRA is now unlegal or something, means that the court simply can't take it for granted that these records won't be destroyed because of the PRA. In fact, in other cases currently being litigated over things like Doge, the agencies have told judges that they don't need preservation orders because they're bound by the PRA, and therefore there's nothing for the judge to do here. That doesn't work anymore.
Well, what happened after you wrote that letter, and how did the court react?
Well, that's funny. So the judge called us in for a status conference to talk about it, and a few interesting things happened. First, the DOJ lawyer said that it was her understanding that the National Archives had never even seen the records that were seized from Mar-a-Lago, although she was pretty careful to avoid stating that as an absolute fact.
The endings to Mass Effect 3 has been the subject of fervent discussion for more than a decade now, and with good reason. The whole idea of picking between three differently colored choices with no definite answers is an idea that's absurd in of itself. And no, refusal doesn't count, don't you even start with me. In any case, as much as the whole entire concept of Mass Effect 3's final choice is crazy, this doesn't even begin to approach the level of absurdity that comes with the quote-unquote perfect ending that the Catalyst would have you believe. Because if you look past the glowing green energy and the Catalyst's soothing monologue, Synthesis is, at its core, the most radical and irreversible decision in the entire trilogy. Just think about everything that the Mass Effect trilogy asks you to consider up until that point. The value of life, the boundaries between synthetic and organic life. The idea that evolution, actual evolution, requires struggle and choice. Every major decision you make reinforces that. You decide whether to cure the genophage or let an entire species fade away. You choose if the Geth deserves to define their own destiny or be wiped out. You weigh peace against survival and ideology against practicality. And then in the final moment, synthesis just comes along and says none of that actually matters. You know, we can just combine everything. Merge every living thing into a single unified future. There's no conflict, there's no misunderstanding, there's no possibility of rejection. And if you really sit with the idea of itself, it starts to feel like surrender. Because what does it actually mean to erase the line between organics and synthetics in an instant? Does every species get a voice in that decision? Or are they just along for the ride because you pulled the trigger? You know, for a trilogy that spends dozens of hours teaching you that perspective matters, that the Krogan see survival one way, that the Salarians see progress another, that even the Reapers believe that they're doing something necessary, synthesis feels like an answer that refuses to ask any more questions. It's presented as this very beautiful inevitability, a final perfect harmony, but harmony without choice isn't harmony, it's compliance. And the strangest part of all this is how casually the game treats the scale of it. You know, the crucible fires, and then everybody glows green, and suddenly you're told that understanding is universal, that conflict is obsolete. There's no scenes of panic, there's no reaction from people realizing their bodies and minds are no longer entirely their own, just a smooth narration telling you that this is the best possible outcome. But when you look back at everything that the trilogy has built up to that point, it feels impossible to believe that anything could be so simple. This is a universe where entire wars are fought over ideology, where, you know, the Quarians spend centuries trying to reclaim a home they lost to their own creations, where the Geth grapple with questions about consciousness, freedom, and the right to exist. And now in the span of a single pulse of energy, all of that is just resolved. You know, the fear, the thousands of years of trauma, and the slow process of learning to trust each other is just gone, replaced by an artificial sense of connection that quite literally nobody asked for. You spend 3 games trying to convince people to stand together by choice, and synthesis is the moment you decide that they never needed a choice at all. It's almost ironic, really. For all the times you argue with the Illusive Man about control or the Reapers about inevitability, synthesis ends up being the most authoritarian solution of them all. Like, you become the architect of a transformation so absolutely vast that no single mind could ever comprehend the scale of it. Because you rewrite the essence of life across the entire galaxy, because a glowing child tells you it's the right thing to do. And maybe that's the part that feels the most absurd. That after everything, after fighting for agency, for the right of every species to choose their own path, the final answer is to take that choice away forever. It's the neatest ending Mass Effect offers, but it's also the one that asks you to believe that perfection can be imposed, that consent doesn't matter if the outcome is beautiful enough. You see, the more you think about it, the more the idea just starts to unravel. Because what happens when the glow fades, and people start to realize what's been taken from them? How do cultures built on tradition and ritual and struggle react to the knowledge that their bodies and minds have been rewritten by someone they've never met? Do the Asari still see themselves as the galaxy's guiding hand when every species has been forced into the same evolutionary leap? Do the Krogans feel like their hard-won future was stolen in the name of unity? Does anyone even remember what it felt like to be purely organic or synthetic? The Catalyst calls it the next step in evolution, but maybe, just maybe, it's really just the end of identity. And that's what makes synthesis so very chilling to me, even all these years later. Because it's not really the flashy visuals or the green energy pulse that stuck with me all these years. It's the horror of imagining a future where every conflict, every disagreement, every unique perspective has been flattened into the same engineered consensus. You have a galaxy that looks peaceful on the surface because there are no more wars between Geth and Quarians, there's no more fear of another Reaper invasion, but underneath all that, something vital is missing. Like friction. Friction that creates growth. Disagreements that shape the future. The right to say no. The idea that the game presents this as the best ending is almost hilarious. It's a narrative shortcut so extreme it felt like a parody when I first saw it. Because here we have a universe built on choices, turned into a single irreversible decision nobody gets to weigh in on. It's the narrative equivalent of wiping the entire whiteboard clean because you're too tired to do the math. But, you know, to be fair, you can kind of see why Casey Hudson and Mac Walters thought that Synthesis would work as an ending. Because from a certain perspective, it's the ultimate expression of the trilogy's themes that organic and synthetic life don't have to be enemies forever. That maybe after countless cycles of war and annihilation, the only way to break the pattern is to create something entirely new. If you believe the Reapers were right about the inevitability of conflict, then Synthesis feels like the only real escape. You have no more cycles, no more extermination events, just a galaxy finally freed from the mistakes of the past. It's also the ending that fulfills what Shepard has been saying over and over, that life is worth preserving, that peace is worth fighting for, even if it means risking everything. In that sense, Synthesis is a very radical type of hope. It's the idea that understanding can be forced into existence, and maybe if everyone survives long enough, it'll become genuine. It's very poetic in a way, as every living being are transformed into a shared future, whether they like it or not. And if you squint, you can sort of see it as the ultimate sacrifice. Shepard giving up not just their life, but everyone's old life to make sure nothing like the Reapers ever happens again. Of course, there's a part of me that understands that the whole idea is very tempting, because after all the loss and all the betrayals and all the moments where diplomacy fails, it feels comforting to imagine that there is a way to make the pain stop forever. That there is a solution so complete it doesn't leave room for more wars, more extinction-level threats, or more cycles of vengeance. Like, it's a very human hopefulness, and it resonates especially hard today with everything that's going on in the world. Synthesis is a future where technology doesn't divide us anymore, where nobody has to fear the machines they've created or even your fellow man, because you've all become something greater together. And in a story so obsessed with the struggle to survive, maybe it makes sense that the most optimistic ending is also the most extreme. An ending that doesn't require you to rebuild or compromise, but simply to believe that transformation, however unnatural, can solve the problems nobody else could. If nothing else, it's very consistent with Mass Effect's scale. It's an ending that refuses to be small, even if it means crossing many red lines. And I think one reason why Synthesis feels so surreal is partly because of how it was made up in the first place. Because, you know, there's this well-documented story that Casey Hudson and Mac Walters, two of the lead creatives, sat down near the end of development and basically wrote the endings themselves, working out how to wrap up a trilogy that had become bigger than anyone had expected. And now apparently most of the writers were not even in the room, which means this massive universe-altering choice, this idea that you could rewire every life form in existence, was not the product of a big collaborative debate or a carefully balanced committee. It was a decision made by two people who tried to land the ship before it ran out of fuel. And in that context, it almost makes sense that Synthesis came across the way that it does. As a solution so sweeping and absolute, it feels disconnected from the rest of the story. Like it was written in isolation, in a moment when the pressure to create something profound outweighed the need to make it feel earned. And well, as easy as it is to criticize that, there is a part of me that feels very sympathetic to this. Because you've spent years building a universe that millions of players feel personally invested in. Every decision carries weight. Every character means something to somebody. And you're the one sitting there, staring at a blank page, knowing you have to end it all in a way that feels final. Like, of course, you would be tempted to write something huge. Something that feels like it matters on a cosmic scale. something that tries to offer closure not just to the story but to the whole idea of conflict between synthetic and organic life. And maybe, just maybe, in that pressure cooker, Synthesis felt like the only answer big enough to justify the journey, even if it meant sacrificing the nuance that made Mass Effect special in the first place. Now, you still hear people defend Synthesis to this day. They'll say stuff like, my personal favorite, it's not forced assimilation if everyone benefits in the long run. Don't know about that one, champ. But here's the thing, right? Mass Effect has always been about the big picture, sure, but it was also very much about individual lives. You know, the idea that every species and every culture and every person deserved the right to choose their path, no matter how messy or imperfect that path looked. Nothing is more representative of that than Shepard's journey. Synthesis, unfortunately, just ignores that philosophy altogether. It takes away the choice to accept or reject this new reality. It imposes a vision of unity that no one gets to consent to, and pretends that just because conflict disappears, that means that everybody must be grateful. And that's why, no matter how eloquently it's framed, it just feels so hollow. Because if there's one thing the trilogy teaches us over and over, it's that progress without agency isn't progress. It's just control by another name. Now, the funny thing is, when you compare Synthesis to the Control ending, the irony is even greater, because Control is often painted as the dangerous, power-hungry option, you know, the elusive man's plan, the path where Shepard basically becomes the God Emperor of the galaxy, commanding the Reapers to enforce peace. And sure, it's absolutely authoritarian. You're literally taking control of an ancient machine race and deciding how everyone else will live. But at least with Control, you know exactly what you're getting. There's no illusion that it's a natural evolution or a consensual merging.
It's pure, raw dominance.
And you know, the game doesn't pretend that it's otherwise. Synthesis, on the other hand, tries to frame itself as enlightenment, as this beautiful solution. But functionally, it's really the same idea. You remove agency from trillions of beings because you think you know what's best for them. The only real difference is that Control feels honest about its cost, while Synthesis wraps the same loss of choice in a bright green glow and calls it the final solution. Oh, and then there's Destroy, the big red button, the one that feels the most brutal on the surface. You fire the Crucible, you wipe out the Reapers, and in the process you erase all synthetic life. Geth, EDI, everything. It's messy, and it's tragic, and it's terrible, and I fucking hate it. You're forced to sacrifice allies who fought beside you, sometimes right up until the final battle. And for a lot of people, that's what makes it feel like the only ending that actually respects the stakes. Because Destroy doesn't pretend that there is a perfect answer. It doesn't dress itself up as the next step in evolution. It just gives you a choice that's honest about the cost of survival. And for all the heartbreak that comes with it, there's a sort of clarity in the end. The cycle ends because you end it completely, decisively, with no illusions about what it takes. Compared to Synthesis, Destroy almost feels humble. It acknowledges that some problems can't be solved by merging everything together, that sometimes the best you can do is break the machine and hope the galaxy finds its own way forward. Destroy is a difficult ending, but it's also the one that feels the most true to what Mass Effect was always trying to say, that you and, well, mostly everybody else in the galaxy gets to have a choice, unless you're a robot. And you know, if you look at where the series is headed, there's a good chance Destroy is the outcome BioWare will treat as the foundation for whatever comes next. For one, it's the only ending where the Reapers are truly gone, completely defeated instead of, repurposed or integrated into society somehow. This leaves the galaxy in a state that's very messy, but very open narratively speaking, because then we have fractured alliances, broken relays, and a massive power vacuum that nobody's prepared to fill. From a storytelling perspective, it's very fertile ground. It lets the next game explore reconstruction, new conflicts, and the question of how civilizations rebuild without the shadow of the Reapers. It's also the ending with the least baggage, Because if you pick synthesis, every living thing is now also synthetic. If you pick control, Shepard effectively becomes a godlike AI overseeing the galaxy. Both of those scenarios create so many constraints and so many continuity headaches that it's hard to imagine a sequel working without having to reboot the series entirely. Or, just ignore the implications, but nobody would like to see that. Destroy really is the cleanest slate. It's the one where Shepard might survive if you had enough military strength, but the galaxy is still recognizably itself. And maybe that's why, for all its brutality, Destroy feels like the most honest ending, and the most likely to shape Mass Effect's future. But hey, at the end of the day, this is all just speculation. Maybe Michael Gambol and his team has something completely different planned. Maybe the next game will pick up right where Synthesis left off, with everyone happily glowing green forever. Or maybe we'll get a fourth option that nobody ever saw coming. Maybe, just maybe, Refusal was the real ending after all. But that's just a theory, a Mass Effect theory. Thanks for watching, everyone. This has been Mr. Holton, signing off.
I used to believe that Mass Effect 1 was a good game, albeit the janky slog you put up with, to reach the majesty of Mass Effect 2's greatness. These days, it's my favourite entry in the trilogy. It absolutely is an experience that shows its age, regardless of if you played the original version or the remaster, but I find it to be the truest to what makes Mass Effect stand apart from other fictional universes. It's an experience about wonder and cosmic horror in equal measure, a blend between rich atmospheric world building and facing an existential threat beyond our comprehension. Pairing that warm fuzzy feeling of being at the cultural heart of galactic society with an onslaught of barren, silent worlds married to alien skies. Mass Effect 1 is a game I frequently find myself returning to, because while it's the oldest, the jankiest, has the stiffest gameplay and a criminal amount of environmental reuse, I think it's also one of the greatest examples of world-building gaming has ever given us. It's a game dancing around profound, unavoidable technical limitations, managing to accomplish its vision in providing us a fully lived-in universe, rich in lore and atmosphere, packed to the brim with a sense of adventure any spacefaring game should strive for. A few years ago, I did a pretty big video on the Mass Effect trilogy, an all-in-one sort of deal, but I'm going to be honest, it amounted more to a recap than anything profound. And ever since, I've been reluctant to provide a genuine critical analysis, if you can even call my content styled that. So I thought, sod it, one encompassing video for each of the 3 Mass Effect games, bringing it in line with my personal satisfaction if nothing else, couldn't possibly hurt. So, today, we dive into the first of those 3 videos, on Mass Effect 1, the title that kick-started it all, a game that's become something of a source of comfort for me. An adventure I've been on more times than I care to count and will likely experience many times more before I die. I love this game. Hopefully, if nothing else, while I dissect it, that will be obvious. But it was never an exemplar of perfection either. So in today's video, I hope to encompass the good, the bad, and ultimately identify what exactly makes Mass Effect 1 so special, so legendary. So grab your snacks, drinks, your emotional support hand grenade, and let's dive in. A good place to begin with Mass Effect as the first entry in this trilogy is to highlight how it draws you in. The game does begin with a character customization element that is worthwhile, but the actual customization part of that is a bit weird if you choose a male Shepard. You either have a default appearance, or you can customize Shepard's appearance from a default that is not that. And there are 2 possibilities if you do customize Shepard. You either end up with a generic NPC or an abomination. So there's certainly a bias to sticking to the uncustomizable default, particularly in YouTube content about the game that I'm sorry, I kind of have to conform to. Male Shepard either looks like this or he looks like a throwaway character that might look when you import it into Mass Effect 2, and that's provided you don't give up and create a genetic masterpiece. Sticking with the default, therefore, is an insurance policy. It's insulation from a nasty surprise in the event that you actually want to take the game seriously. I hear the experience is a bit more forgiving if you choose female Shepard, but let's move on. Next, we have the name Shepard. Naming Shepard is a forename that will never get used. It is the most redundant bit of information you provide Shepard with. So it's weird that there's a rather strict character limit that prevents me from naming him White Monster. But regardless of how pointless deviating from using the default of John is, I still find myself agonizing over what to call him for about an hour. So my first lesson from Mass Effect 1 is I would fail in my first job as a father because I am terrible at coming up with names. Sod it, Stamichael. Then we get to choose the origin and reputation. Your origin choice dictates your Shepard's upbringing, and you can choose between 3 presets. If you choose Spacer, you are raised by your loving parents across various spaceships in their service to the Alliance. If you choose Colonist, you're raised on a colony until disaster struck. And should you choose Earthborn, you grew up in the slums of Earth, a street orphan, running with criminal gangs until leaving that life behind. As you can imagine, one exists to justify Paragon, one exists to justify Renegade, and the other can go either way. And Paragon and Renegade are the functional ends of a spectrum in a morality/character system that rewards you primarily for being consistent. These origins don't marry you to a pathway, but they make the most sense for a pathway. Then you have your reputation, which does the same. You have the Sole Survivor, the War Hero, and Ruthless. These are pretty self-explanatory. Ruthless portrays you as a renegade, War Hero portrays you as a Paragon hero, and Sole Survivor again could in theory go either way. The whole purpose is so that at the beginning of the game, Shepard is not a blank slate. We have an origin point and a character defining event that is brought up an interesting amount of times actually. For the most part, it does not massively transform the experience, but it does give us a foundation upon which to build this character. More than anything, it's making room for the morality system these 3 games are built on. With that in mind, Stamichael Shepard is pretty vanilla. You choose your class here too, but I'll talk about that in gameplay. As for how the plot begins, we are treated to a text exposition dump, a crawl of information inspired by the likes of Top Gun, outlining humanity's infancy in galactic society. Primarily the discovery of the foundation of spacefaring technology, Mass Effect. The game begins in the year 2183, only a few short decades after humanity discovered they weren't alone in the universe, and that's an interesting dynamic for what is functionally a space opera, as we aren't immediately removed from the humanity we can relate to. Instead, we're witnessing the transition into galactic society. Humanity has the technology, they're physically there, but they're still finding their footing among far more established races, picking up the pieces of a less than smooth introduction. The last thing you want is for humanity to be newcomers on the galactic scene, yet immediately blend with a cosmopolitan utopia. It isn't realistic. We're tribal creatures, distrustful of outsiders. I couldn't name a bigger outsider than aliens. Mass Effect understands this. As such, the mutual wariness between humans and every other species is outlined early. It's fed to us through snippets of lore, learning about the scuffle between humans and Turians during First Contact, for instance. And we're also fed a mini-mystery, as our opening mission aboard the state-of-the-art spaceship, the SSV Normandy, is a simple shakedown run to Eden Prime, yet we have a Turian Spectre aboard, who reiterates the general alien attitude towards humans, and Captain Anderson is in charge. A man the game informs us is typically echelons above this kind of mission. As it turns out, the true nature of the mission is something more. We're going to Eden Prime to retrieve a Prothean artifact, a remnant of a civilization that mysteriously vanished 50,000 years ago, and we're doing so in collaboration with the Council, who have sent a Spectre to oversee the mission, as a diplomatic demonstration of good faith as humans persist to bid to prove themselves worthy of respect in the galaxy. The Prothean artifact is granted importance through the confirmation it's Prothean technology upon which all spacefaring civilizations rely, and that if anything makes their mysterious vanishing 50 millennia ago all the more fascinating, especially considering their supposed lingering impact on the very function of the galaxy. It makes sense why this mystery is such a high priority. On top of that, our opening is an opportunity. Nihilus isn't just here as part of the Human-Turian and furthermore Human Council collaboration. He's here as a Spectre to observe us, in hopes that we possess the qualities necessary to join the Spectre's ranks. It's a chance for humanity through Shepard to prove themselves, become an arm of the Council, of Citadel space. The opening from a distance is a 10-minute long conversation, but that only disguises the fast-paced nature with which Mass Effect 1 feeds us world building, feeds us lore, information about this universe. Before we've seen any of it, we learn a lot about how the characters within the universe view it. And that's an important distinction to make because it will ultimately be up to us to unravel the universe properly and understand it for ourselves. The opening is very dialogue heavy, so it's understandable that pretty early many players will bounce off it. But it outlines humanity's place in the galaxy, humanity's ambitions within galactic society, and where Commander Shepard, and by extension the player, fit into that. But of course it wouldn't be the opening of a plot if it didn't all go horribly wrong. We're informed galactic society extends beyond the Citadel's influence, and as such there are other powers who would love to get their grubby tentacles all over this Prothean beacon. Sure enough, the pilot Joker alerts us to a situation on our destination Eden Prime. They're under attack by an unknown force, completely overwhelmed, so it looks like to retrieve the beacon, we'll have a fight on our hands. The clip ends with the horrifying visage of a monster of a ship, making an ungodly noise. It's unclear who or what this assailant is. The only thing that's certain is the discovery of a Prothean beacon before this attack cannot be a coincidence. Thus, immediate urgency is injected. We arrive at humanity's oldest, most successful colony, and find it in the process of being decimated. Nihilus sods off immediately, so much for evaluating us, leaving Commander Shepard, Kaidan Alenko, and a fellow named Jenkins, the Mass Effect trilogy's greatest he's dead, to fight through the invading force and secure the beacon. I don't think Medigel's gonna help here, mate. As we find ourselves battling drones, we're soaking in the atmosphere of Eden Prime. I actually think in the remaster this took a hit. In the original version, the sky was a deep red hue. It represented just how desperately wrong things were. Now it just kind of looks like a bog-standard summer's evening. Nevertheless, the sound design and the layering of encounters from Geth drones to actual Geth, who don't typically leave their portion of space, contributes to the building mystery. Why are they attacking a human colony? It's obvious that whatever purpose this attack serves, it's greater than just Eden Prime. Much like our mission here is about so much more than just the colony. The mystery of this attack is drip-fed to us through dialogue conversations. Firstly, through Ashley Williams, Jenkins' replacement, and then after fighting past zombified people, we bump into a couple of scientists hiding in a cabin, one of whom appears to be having an existential crisis on behalf of the entirety of humanity. The scientists tell us about a Turian among the Geth. It can't have been Nihilus because he was with us when the attack started. Then, shortly after, we get momentarily removed from Shepard's perspective. Nihilus recognizes the Turian, though he doesn't realize the threat he poses. He calls him Saren, and in the realm of villain design, Saren's really cool. He has a menacing, intimidating presence exemplified by the music that plays whenever he's on screen. The Turian trademark flange in his voice gives his words volume.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Nevertheless, from this image you can tell he's different from other Turians. The contrast between Nihilus's aesthetic and his is potent. Saren's look is paler. He has cybernetic implants all over his body, and this gives him distinction from Turians, which is important. He's more than just an example of a Turian. That sounds like an inefficient waste of words, and the inefficient part at least might be true, but a big theme of Mass Effect 1 is space racism. Aliens have prejudices against humans and vice versa. Him being an alien antagonist is a bit on the nose, thematically pulling in a negative direction. We're shown this scene so Saren can be distinguished from what his species actually look like, to point out that he is unique. The importance of that, of course, is there's more to him than just being a continuation of complex human-Turian relations as already outlined. There's no better way to demonstrate Saren is serving a different end than watching him murder his kinsman in cold blood. That being said, it's too early in the plot to discern what his motivations actually are, but I'd wager it has something to do with that Goliath of a ship that we can see taking off as we approach the landing where Nihilus' corpse can be found. And what a little detail that is. The ship that looks a bit like a crayfish, despite obviously being miles away, still looks gigantic, dwarfing any towers nearby, letting off a dark red smoke as it rises to the heavens. How does a thing like that even get off the ground? For a game released in 2007 contending with all kinds of technical limitations, Mass Effect has an immense portrayal of scale. The emphasis on the big ship most certainly means it'll be relevant later, but for now we have bigger issues. Nihilus is dead, and a witness to his murder tells us about Saren, which is fair enough. If you're going to do a mystery, deviating from the primary perspective is risky. So, bringing it back in line with the primary perspective by informing the main protagonist about an event the observer witnesses that doesn't involve them is a great way to ensure we aren't armed with knowledge that Shepard doesn't have. In this context, nothing would annoy me more than knowing more than the characters do. I mean, I can't avoid that at this point, it's my nth playthrough, but in spirit, if the viewer, player, observer, depending on the form of media we're talking about, is to be privy to information the main protagonist and other protagonists don't possess, that can't be the case for long. That's important, it's a demonstration of narrative focus. And that is the contribution of the dock worker who may or may not be a smuggler. From this point, all we have to do is fight through some more Geth and try and catch up with Big Saz, while simultaneously preventing the Geth from blowing up the area around the beacon itself. In succeeding, Shepard interacts with the beacon. It gives him strange, indecipherable visions before exploding and knocking him out, waking up on the Normandy sometime later to make sense of the whole thing. The visions play back into the Prothean mystery. Saren obviously has an interest in that too. The Geth venturing beyond the Veil was unprecedented, never mind to attack a human colony, and that massive ship all leave burning questions. As for the death of Jenkins and Nihilus and the destruction of the Prothean beacon, it's fair to say the mission appears to have failed. A kick to the teeth of the plucky humans. It's unlikely the Council will want to appoint a bottle job to the Spectres, and that means humanity's progress in deepening positive relations has halted, and that is no doubt a problem we are going to have to resolve. As for Saren, Anderson fills us in on who he is. One of the best Spectres the Council has. It's going to be very difficult for a human's words to sway their opinion on him, especially when a lot of aliens think humanity is growing too fast. The only evidence we have against the guy is the fact that Shepard had a vision, and the hearsay of a dock worker, of course. In short, we've got our bloody work cut out for us. Nonetheless, we make for the Citadel, which is where the game won me over. The Normandy's arrival at the Citadel for the first time is where this game goes from interesting to utterly enthralling. Situated in a cloud of pink known as the Serpent Nebula sits a giant space station. So massive in fact that it's not just a space station, it's a megacity. The capital of Citadel space, the seat of the Council. It is a visual feast. The crew look on in amazement along with the player at the sheer scale of the thing and the mass of ships that surround it. It's a mesmerizing detachment from the fringe of civilization. Now we're at its beating heart. For there to be a great galaxy, there needs to be an equally great core. The Citadel functions as the Mass Effect universe's core, a layered space station city where the world building is at its most potent, also serving as something the player cannot see in the real world. After all, that is the base essence of sci-fi, and fantasy while we're at it. Eden Prime is very Earth-like, it doesn't convey this same feeling, and being on a spaceship is like being indoors. It's fancy, but again, the Citadel is the first fundamentally impressive sight Mass Effect 1, and by extension the Mass Effect universe, throws at us. Before we were dealing with mostly humans, one Turian, another Turian, and a bunch of robots. Now we're in a cultural melting pot of various species, and provided the player meets the game halfway, it's more than willing to go out of its own way to ensure we understand that each species is unique, beholden to their own cultures and customs, mannerisms and sensibilities. The idea of exploring the Citadel presents an inherent wealth of possibility. This is a civilization that transcends humanity. It's a touch anthropomorphic overall, which can be forgiven given the entire consumer base of this game is human, unless you've been teaching your dog how to game, in which case I salute you. The Citadel is a wonder because it's a well-oiled machine. As much as it's aesthetically pleasant, it's rendered believable through the complexity of its function. So while our arrival here is a moment of genuine, gobsmacking impact, once that novelty fades, we need to feel as if it's just another Tuesday. Fortunately, nothing screams Tuesday quite like bureaucracy. Remember, we were on a mission partially on behalf of the Council to secure the Prothean beacon that exploded, and the Turian Spectre that came with us is dead. Commander Shepard is the natural scapegoat, and that falls in line with the status quo of the galaxy. We have no evidence against Saren, whose hatred for humans is palpable, and the Council have no grounds aside from human accusations to suspect their top agent of any wrongdoing. Only the testimony of a traumatized dock worker. Anderson's personal history with Saren also doesn't help, but long story short, we've raced here with urgent news and all we're getting in return is governmental inefficiency. In order to go and stop Saren, we first need to find evidence against him. There's a great commentary at play here. Politics can push pressing matters down the priority list. We know for a fact Saren is up to dodgy stuff. We have our man, but understandably, before we can have a crack at him, we need to demonstrate to the powers that be that we need to. This is important on two counts. Firstly, that is kind of how it works in general, and secondly, because there's a massive power imbalance between Commander Shepard, a human soldier, and Saren, a Turian, the Spectre's top agent, the Council's right hand. Unless the evidence against him is irrefutable, it's far too inconvenient to entertain the idea that he's gone rogue. In short, why would they believe us over him? And since so far all the harm he's done has been to a human colony on Eden Prime, considering the already clearly outlined broader galactic temperature towards humanity, that within itself may very well be something the Council is willing to overlook. Humans have their own ideas, they aren't always willing to play ball and cooperate. They're viewed as an aggressive expansionist bully, and they're known for looking out for their own first. They haven't entirely acclimatized to being part of something greater yet. What makes that so interesting is that perception is not entirely false. It is not unreasonable for the alien species to be cautious of humanity's brashness. It isn't exactly meant to feel fair, but it is not as unfair as it seems either. That's another area where Mass Effect stands out to me. Like I said earlier, humans are finding their place in the galaxy. Nobody's gonna hand it to them. They've got to find what they can offer that the Citadel races cannot. The Asari bring diplomacy, the Turians bring a massive military force, and the Solarians bring intelligence and science. With those critical areas covered, there's little to offer, and I don't think Jesus is going to cut it. Saren becomes both an obstacle and objective. If our personified stand-in for the entire human race in Commander Shepard wants to prove the value of an entire species, this is our opportunity. So off we trot to do that, but naturally we can't do it alone. We need to pick up some allies, though the game doesn't necessarily frame it that way explicitly, and once again the Citadel proves itself to be a stunning backdrop. The beating heart of galactic society reflects the rest of it. There's a flavour and a friend for everyone here, and Mass Effect doesn't homogenize its race's perspectives into hive-minded cultures, though doing so can be very seductive and an easy trap to fall into. Saren's disdain for humanity might be palpable, but despite the checkered history, not all Turians share his views. Some are indifferent towards us for other reasons, but take Garrus Vakarian for instance, a Turian hell-bent on the idea that Saren is the bad guy. He was the C-Sec officer in charge of the investigation into Saren, and is committed to getting his man. He doesn't mindlessly believe the humans are wrong and Saren is right, quite the opposite. Considering we meet him before our first interaction with the Council, it establishes a precedent early that, even though aliens look different to humans, they're all individuals. In Garrus's case, it scores us an easy ally. There's also the Krogan mercenary, Rex, or as I like to call him, the angriest tortoise I've ever seen. He wants us to help him out with his contract, which just so happens to be in the direction we're going to be going anyway, in our own investigations into Saren, and he commits to join us thereafter for the challenge. The best way I can explain why that's the case is because the Krogan are culturally Millwall supporters. They love a scrap. His main reason for joining, of course, is because the plot needs him to, and if he wasn't such a fascinating character, that would be a problem. So together with my new alien friends, we take on Fist, the proprietor of Cora's Den, who tells us where we can find a Quarian who has found evidence against Saren. So we find her, and would you look at that? Evidence. She explains that she's on a pilgrimage and found a recording of Saren on the memory core of a Geth.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
So, thanks to Tally's diligence, our ragtag crew gains another member. All of the new recruits are alien, and there's a point in there. The narrative might be deeply embedded in the idea of human exceptionalism, but there's also an air of cooperation and collaboration. Standing alone is not as fun as having allies. That's important because Mass Effect is pushing this commentary in both directions. Humanity are proving their worth to the galaxy, but at the same time, there's an emphasis on improving adaptability, working together with the other races. After all, the very human us-against-the-world mentality might score us some colonies and greatly simplify things, but it won't endear us to our extraterrestrial peers. This story is about earning our place, but that journey is just as much introspective as it is based on action. So the Citadel, as a sample of what we're becoming a part of, has to function as a motivating factor in that mission. The newfound friends we make are just the tip of the iceberg of the vibes we get from the place. We're trawling through the Citadel, the Presidium and wards, to find evidence against Saren, but we're also building a deeper connection with the Mass Effect universe. It isn't a place that innately hates us or makes us feel unwelcome, quite the opposite. There are a whole range of views of humans here. For everyone who harbours bitterness towards us, there's somebody welcoming, willing to tell us more about them, their species, their cultures. One way or another, we can find out the information our curiosity pushes us towards. An early favourite of mine were the Elcor, a species of massive, slow, heavy beasts who communicate through ways so subtle that in order to speak with anyone who is not of their kind, they have to declare their tone before monotonously continuing. That way, their meaning can be more elaborately understood. What a marvellous concept for an autism creature. Furthermore, our exploration not only rewards us with understanding more about the species we can meet, but understanding their place in the galactic hierarchy. Not every race here is represented on the Council. Some just have embassies and aren't viewed as capable enough to become full-fledged council races. For instance, the Volus. Nobody knows what a Volus actually looks like. All we know is they're built like space hoppers and have to wear high-pressure suits. Otherwise, they might decompress and presumably die. As for the Hanar, they are basically jellyfish. There's such an evolutionary vastness to Mass Effect's alien races that it's only natural any form of political union between them results in a less than equal political structure. Humans aren't the only ones who want a greater say here. They're the newest species to Citadel space, yet from the perspective of the Council they're more physiologically conventional. So while the Council does not see them as an equal yet, they are simultaneously being granted favour over the likes of the Volus, the Elcor, the Hanar, whom the Council clearly view legally as a lesser species. Avina, the Presidium VI Guide, is a great betrayal of those biases. We aren't the only targets of the Council's condescension. We are simply the most likely to defy it, creating social waves both above and below us. Our experiences on the Citadel can really delve into that complexity. We aren't special merely because we aren't being granted the equality that comes with a seat on the Council. We're special because we're new and haven't got a clear role in this hierarchy at all yet. Every other species, both Council and otherwise, from a general perspective, occupy a contributing function. The Asari are the diplomats and mediators, the very glue of discussion in the political structure. The Solarians prioritize intelligence and research, and the Turians are the military power. Humans discovered that in the First Contact War. Away from the council races, the Volus function as the financiers and traders. The Elcor are slow and deliberate. Every action is conservatively considered, and that makes them unrivaled in planning. As with the Hanar, not to be confused with diplomacy, they're really good at fostering relationships. They are deeply enigmatic, yet very polite. Being an aquatic species, they're also great navigators of marine environments. Every Citadel race brings something to the table, while also having areas they rely on the others for. That is where it's apparent humanity stands out. Humanity's natural tendency to distrust outsiders means they're adept and self-sufficient in most areas, especially those that matter. This is because the other societies we observe snippets of have rigid structure that help box individual members of that race into the role that best suits the Council. The Turians being a military species means every Turian is a soldier. They will always have a more powerful military than humans. As far as the big picture is concerned, there's always somebody on the galactic scene who can outclass us. Our advantage is more microscopic. The